A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes.
And we are live talking about Canadian politics once again. This week, we had Mark Carney saying to a journalist asking a very valid question, and he had Mark Carney saying, "Who cares?" We will get back to it very soon. The second big thing this week, Guilbeault quits over a pipeline in Alberta to make sure Alberta doesn't get the F out of Canada. The third thing is the NDP leadership race. It is still ongoing. We have a debate we will be covering. This week has been madness. I laughed. I had fun. Following all of that, we are reacting to so many things. How are you, Dragon?
I'm good. The funny thing is, you can find more of it because your people are full of sound bites. The thing about your NDP is very much they're like AOC is. The funny thing is they either are not intelligent or not totally wise. If they're smart, they're not. See, Elon Omar kind of is like what you call neoliberals or new liberals. The reason why a Schumer knows he's fucked in a way. Schumer knows he now has to toe the far left line for a little bit because he's being threatened to be primaried by AOC. Now, the problem with more modern liberals are they are firm believers, but they're also very prone to corruption, or they firmly believe it. The NDP are very similar. They say the same thing, but watered down from what ours is. Because think about it this way. Elon Omar hasn't... The Somali... So, if you did not know about Michigan, Dearborn is one of the largest Muslim populations in the U.S., and they've firmly gained control of it as Mormons pretty much control majority of Utah, or at least 50-60% of it. These are blue Mormons, mostly. Different than your others. Truer Mormons.
Yeah.
Over there. But
so, with that being said...
as I said, Dearborn, there's a special analogy here. You have, these people, Elon Omar doesn't realize by going with the racial or causes she did, she just opened up the floodgates on the Somalis claiming autism disability money and then it going out of the states. Up there, your liberals basically are very similar in wording and tactic to what we deal with. And honestly, it's half of them, I say a good portion of them are firm believers, but in, I say long-term planning, they're not good. Long-term planning, it's
a disaster. They are good at campaigning, but they're really bad at governance. They're bad at governing. They suck at it.
Well, there's a reason why for it, though. The main reason why they suck, though, is they only have theory to go off of. Because as I speak now, we're seeing all of Mamdani's advisors. Mamdani's advisors are insane because you got Mamdani, one of Mamdani's advisors is literally saying teachers should not be armed to protect themselves from people entering entering the classroom with a gun, shooting up a school. They need to be armed so conservatives and parents can't berate them. And this is a soundbite that's been going around. Like, all these people, they've been picking up soundbites from Memdani's people. Most of them are all theoretical professors.
I'm
Or
glad
they
I'm not
spoke.
down south, buddy.
They,
But with that being said, let's
yeah.
get into it. So Mark Carney's entire campaign was saying, elbows up, we will fight Trump. We will be sovereign. We will be superior to the USA. We will get the best deal ever. And you know what? He won this election because Trump was pretending he would annex us, and a lot of boomers were scared. And I will be honest, a lot of stupid millennials were also scared. So what happened? Well, Carney won an election over elbows up. We will fight the USA. And guess what? We don't have a deal after 8 months because it's since April and now we are entering December and no deal has been made. And the journalists, for once, they are doing their job, because here in Canada, we don't really have free press, because here in Canada, most of the mainstream, well, actually all of the mainstream is sellout. They will defend the establishment because they align with the establishment in terms of belief. And the establishment also pays them fat checks. Therefore, they will always defend the freaking liberals. So what's going on? For once, we got a journalist that actually does journalisting, and he asked Mark Carney during a big interview with a lot of people, he asked, how does the negotiation, how does the deal with Trump progress? Are we getting something? And Carney had that mask off moment where he said, who cares? And he was genuine when he said that. What I mean by there is the mask was really off, and he really didn't understand how important that question is, because he is so out of touch with the normal Canadian. So for him to say who cares is really bad optic, and it's telling. Now it's been used against him the entire week, and now the platform the conservatives are running on as of right now is the liberals. They don't care about you, but we do care about you. And they just reinforce it, because this week Carney was a ghost. He barely showed up in the parliament. And at some point, Pierre Poilievre just hammered home the point of Carney doesn't care. He challenged Carney to a debate. He said, you know what? We will debate about softwood wood. And guess what? Carney didn't want to do it. He didn't show up to the debate. And you know what's funny? When you look into it, all of these elbows up crowd, all of the liberals are like, oh, it's because he's occupied. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yes. It just proves, it just says, you know what? The conservatives are right when they say the liberals, they don't care, because Carney said so. And because Carney doesn't really care. Carney rather be overseas speaking to other world leaders than staying here and dealing with what is affecting Canadians. And this is the big issue. So this is the premise. This is what's going on with the elbows up crowd. So we will cover the first video. We will be reacting
you need to realize too, you need bargaining chips to be powerful. That's your issue. Carney's problem is he's not. Carney needs a position. You need a bargaining chip to be. You need something to offer entirely. He doesn't have it. Bargaining chip, something to offer. I keep saying that because you got to understand, that's the key. You have to have that. Carney hasn't offered that to people. The thing is, like when he went down to Mexico, he got semi a deal, but it wasn't a good deal. But the thing is, Trump can go and go. We're still going to find a way to get you and enrich your economy. If it's money and offering that, that's what you got to figure. Now that he's been going around the world, he's not getting the deals that he thought he was going to get, because he's finding it harder to do.
And I'll also say that because you mentioned deal overseas. You know how terrible this is? One of the many deals he made because he knows nobody wants to invest in Canada because bureaucracy, because taxes. It's a nightmare to deal with Canada. That's why nobody want to come here. That's why investment fled. You know what's going on? He actually sold mines to Arabic countries, and it's ridiculous because it's in Canada. So yes, it will bring on some jobs. Cool, great, but like we don't have sovereignty because it will belong to whatever foreign investor decided to put money here. It's just ridiculous. We also have that with Chinese. The Chinese own some of our mines, which is outrageous in my books. And I just realized as I was doing some kind of very short research, I think I might be wrong, but I know in 2012 we had a deal with China where they basically bought one of our mines here in Canada and they have 100% ownership. And 2012 that was under the conservative, which is very shocking for me because I thought Stephen Harper was very base, but after seeing that I was like, wow, okay, he is the one that really opened the floodgate to foreign investors owning parts of Canada. And you don't want that as a country, especially when your economy is down the drain like ours right now. It doesn't go well. Like we rely so much on immigration, which is a big topic we will be covering probably next week or in 2 weeks. We may have someone else joining the panel in the next few weeks. I don't know when exactly, but he's like, you know what, we will talk about immigration. I'm like, oh, that's actually a good
So
idea.
the thing to it is as well. It'd be funny if your economy has switched over from you're going from the manufacturing to the service sector. See, like in the U.S., we have more of the service sector than the manufacturing a little bit.
We don't have any sector. I'm telling you, like nobody wants to invest here. We are a country that dies from 100 cuts. Anyhow,
Well,
this
though, there's
was
part of it too. You know, the interesting part why Carney's finding it very hard to find funding or investment.
because
Because
it's a
what's
nightmare to
funny,
invest here.
what's funny is subtly. So, like, whenever you hear about an actual DEI or CRT idea, or what would you consider woke or something that's been subversive in the last decade, they have been game studios or studios operating out of Canada or mainly Ontario or parts, the more progressive socialist parts.
Yeah, we will address the comment. I fully agree. Carney is globe-trotting to drum up business for Brookfield. He doesn't care about Canadian whatsoever. It's very, very much true. And what pisses me off the most and all of that, most of these boomers and progressive that voted for him don't realize that. They are gullible. They are naive. They don't really follow up what's going on, and when you try to talk to them, they don't listen, or they are like, but they are better than the conservative, and you're like, um but based on what? Conservative were not in power for the last 10 years and the economy has been struggling a lot. Carney traveled to China and we ended up with higher tariff, canola, India tariff and peas, Washington tariff on softwood, and no deal with the UK beef pork is useless. I fully agree, but again, we should deliver the message to the people that voted the guy in. But that's very
So
valid
the funny
things.
thing about this is too, like I live in the U.S. Now, you understand I live in Texas Pacific. You think so? Technically, a couple of years ago, while Trump, we have less food inflation, so to speak.
Because you manage your money better
We
than
no,
us.
we it's not just that. No, like if you look at what's been going up, beef and chicken breasts have been going up, but there was a terrible avian flu outbreak
Yeah,
where they
like
had to put down entire farms.
here it's so bad. We basically ask people to buy our land because it sucks so badly to deal with
But seriously,
Canada.
like when you talk about pork and
Crazy.
beef,
Yeah.
there's been outbreaks this last year and a half of foot and mouth disease coming out of that. That's actually hit us. That's actually causing beef to go up. Now, the funny thing about when you talk about Carney going to China and other things, China, despite as much,
They are a foreign enemy.
no,
Like
they hate the
they do
U.S. You understand?
psyops. Like
We know they do, but the thing about it is, like for here, they're one of the leading buyers of our soybeans,
yeah.
which surprisingly, that's because technically it's give and take. Because China, for one reason or another, knows, they want to go on a warpath and conquer stuff, but they are at the point afraid. Like when you talk about like a lot of stuff where Carney has gone, Carney's been trying to drum up support for what is which is what you call modern liberal, or DEI style policies, which have been the modern day liberals do. The issue himself is he doesn't understand a lot of those funds. So, like when US got rid of USAID, you're seeing a lot of these businesses, game studios, journalist sites dry up in money. A lot of those were being subsidized by policies going back to the Obama era. That's why a lot of the online political magazines and sources have vanished. The journalism has been collapsing. So
us, it's already down the drain. We need to find for the independents. But
so
again,
basically,
the liberal base, they don't see it, they don't realize it, they still take our journalists seriously. But anyway, let's really get into the first reaction for tonight, because this is what we do here. We talk about politics and we also react to many different videos from different sources. So the first one, for all of the people right-leaning like me, you know the guy. It is Moose on the Loose.
I did apologize to the president.
Will there always be a Canada?
That's old,
There will
though.
always be a Canada.
The merger of Canada and the United States.
The honeymoon's over. Welcome back to Moose and Loose. My name's David. Today we've got new polling data coming from a neutral pollster here, showing that the Conservatives have surged upwards in popularity. This comes after 2 weeks or 3 weeks of the mainstream media attacking Pierre Poilievre on ridiculous stories instead of actually covering important things like the budget. We got a whole...
They do that mainly because, as I said earlier in the stream, the mainstream is bought by the liberals, and the mainstream is only there to protect, prop up the establishment. That's why it's going on, because people, everyone, even these dames sellout, they realize the budget is bad, and they may not voice it, they may not say it in front of the camera, but I can bet a lot of these people are like, man, I regret backing up the wrong side, but hey, my job is on the line and I don't want to lose my job in such an economy that's dying, basically. And this is the kind of really hard spot these sellout are in now, because what do? Do they slander the way they should the budget, or do they criticize the opposition? And this is why I think there's something fundamentally broken in Canada, because when your media is more occupied in bashing the opposition to the government than the government itself, you did something wrong. You cannot call yourself seriously a democracy. Now, I'm saying that the election are valid, but here's the thing. There's so much influence from the media. In China, apparently they kidnapped some family and some MPs during the elections, and everything is okie dokie. Carney doesn't even acknowledge there's that kind of interference. Yeah, so we got a comment. Moose is amazing, and his Moose chart is a pick, something every voter should have to view. Well, even if they did, I'm telling you, like, a lot of them would be like, they would still be blindsided. Unfortunately, Canadian are gullible, and Canadian overall at large are, they may have like IQ when it comes to a test, but when it comes to facts and what's going on in politics in general, they have low IQ. Like, we don't think. Canada is not wired to think. Canada is wired to be obedient. And it's funny, I've seen a video this week. They were like, we are like test subject. They try all of these psyops on the people to see how they should control the masses, and that video was damn right. Uh, but yeah, this is exactly what's going on. Canada is in a very bad spot. So let's
So-
leave
I want
on
to talk about this memorandum of understanding pipeline. We've got a bunch of stories in the news here. Let's jump into this. Starting this one off, we got Shreya Teest here modeling out some polling data. So the data coming from Kolosky Strategies. This is a very neutral, as far as I can tell, polling company. And what does it show? 44% liberals, 44% conservatives. So the conservatives have tied now. The bloc sitting.
And it means a lot, because here's the thing. As of right now, the Conservative have less seats. So that means if they pull as many person as the Liberals, they will form government, because they need less to gain more, simply because they have less influence in the bigger picture as of right now. So when you see 44-44, it's a very bad thing for the Liberal. But again, I will say this, it's a poll, and there's so many polls, and as much as that one seems legit, we must admit that a lot of others point out to other things.
You actually notice that chart, though. When you see stuff here in the U.S., you'll see what looks like DNR, basically. Democrat, Republican, stuff like that. Like, what matters to our politicians is largely the exit polls. Like, if you ask exit polls, like, sometimes polling places do that, where they'll see where it is. And this is where, like, currently ours is, we have a large independent base, but they'll break for the main parties. But if you look at this chart, like in our case, the independents and the libertarians are what decide the thing, largely. Now, Democrats have less trust now than Republicans and conservatives do. Now, that is because in governance, it's taken a while, but they showed themselves wrong. Now, in this chart, you look at the blue, you look at it, liberals still have a lead. Now, are they breaking conservative because the other ones are sounding more whatever? The NDP voters are going to break for liberal. You know that.
And the other thing right now, the NDP, they are still seeking for leaders, so they will poll less. But the moment the leadership race will be over, which means around March, probably, well, they will have a leader. And once you got a leader, people will most likely revert back to NDP. And I cannot wait.
What's PPC?
PPC is the People's Party. They actually had a seat once in 2019 when they were created. It's basically our far right. And what's hilarious is the guy behind it was a former conservative, and he was like kind of kicked out when he did the leadership race. He was rejected. Nobody wanted him, and he was like, he threw a tantrum and he created PPC.
So, you know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like we used to have. Now, what's funny, if you go back into the history in the U.S., the only reason Bill Clinton became president was because Ross Perot split some of the Republican and conservative vote, because George H.W. Bush, or the father, Daddy Bush basically broke the promise of no new taxes. But he had secretly hated him even going back to when he was vice president. Now, the funny thing is, PPC sounds like it's a minor thing.
And PPC will never form government again. The best election they had, I think, was when they were created. I think it was like 2019. They had one seat, and that's the best they could do.
No, the thing is, they are to siphon votes from the conservatives.
No, not even that. They are insignificant. They pretend they are a party. They're not, and it's hilarious because one time I went into an argument with a boomer or something, and the guy was like, "The conservative won't save us. We need PPC in power." And I was like, "Buddy, the best they did was one seat when they were created, and since then we got like 200,000 people voting for them, and that's it." Across.
I mean, they don't have. The thing is, in your type of system, strangely enough, siphoning away enough votes is big. Now, largely, when I say liberals, or what you consider liberal ideology by nature, will have an advantage because So your bloc people are largely.
They're on the left. Sometimes they will side with the conservative because they think that will help.
They're like Californians,
Quebec, but yeah.
But no, they're like in our cities. So, like the liberal people who live in LA, Chicago, and New York are their own special breed of thing. Very loyal to a certain type of liberal philosophy. It goes beyond progressive. They would break, if push came to shove, they break liberal. That's just the fact. That's the thing with these charts. You have to look. Now, if the issue is the predominant, let's say the predominant conservatives have a chance, that's because they haven't had a scandal. They don't have a record. Now, just because one Poilievre, his biggest problem was he didn't know how to campaign.
That's true. But now that will change because the new campaign manager they just announced to be the next one that would take place in December was the guy by New Finland getting their conservative government in place in the last provincial election over there. So I am very hopeful for the future of the federal conservative because we got a strong leader and a good campaign manager. I cannot wait for that. With that being said, let's play more of that because I think we spoke a lot about
Let's
the
see
numbers.
if he touches on it because what I was mentioning about polls and how they work, because here you can look at the exit polls. What's surprising, like even liberals thought there was election fraud. Like when everyone said elections were stolen and election fraud in the U.S.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Even liberals at the time said at like 60% there was election fraud, and everyone's like, "Oh, but there was that extra vote." But the funny thing is, they could not. The thing is, issue voting, because granted, the only reason we have a turnover every 6 to 8 years, roughly, is because once you start developing a record, you can hold them to that record. And if you see, Mamdani's a fresh face and seems trustworthy.
Yeah,
He doesn't
and
have
he had
a record.
charisma. With that being said, enough American politics. Let's get back to this.
At 6%, NDP 3%. We look at the official release here. If a federal election were held today, which party would you vote for? And yeah, as I just said, 44 to 44, it's tied. Female 47%, Liberals and 41%, and for Conservatives 44% female and 45%. More women are starting to come over to the Conservative side here. This split here was much bigger before. As for ages, you can see basically everyone except for the Laurentian elites, the rich retired Liberals, are all voting Conservative because cost of living sucks in Canada right now. 52% Conservative, 60% Conservative, and 32%. Hopefully with some time and less CBC watching, we can convert more of these people over to the blue side here. And a breakdown by region: Alberta, no surprise here, 64 to 35. Atlantic Canada, 41 to 59. All the other ones here very equal. Aside from the prairies, 57 to 41, and Quebec 24 to 40. Straight-Tease has modeled this out. And what does it show? 169 seats for the Conservatives, plus 25, and 150 for the Liberals, down 19. This shows the NDP getting wiped out, so I don't know if there's just not enough polling data including the NDP, because we're seeing 44 to 44, so I'm guessing they just didn't get enough NDP supporters in this poll. So I'm guessing you could probably take 4 or 5% off of both of these, say 10%, and add that to the NDP and be up to 13%, maybe even more. And more likely you'd actually have more from the Liberals, like 8% and maybe 4% from the Conservatives, or 3%. Regardless though, this polling data is not really taking into account for the who cares comment, because that just happened like 2 days ago. So this is going to get worse for Carney. His gravy train is done. Honeymoon is over. People are learning who this guy really is, the real Mark Carney. We got Charest with a simulator here. Based on the current polling data, this shows 41.3 to 38.4, but you'll notice this is back from November 15th, so more than 10 days, a week and a half ago. So this is going to start swinging here the other direction, because Carney just keeps sticking his foot in his own mouth. People are seeing who the real guy is. We got table salt with this one. Major breaking documents obtained by Radio Canada show that the Canadian Army scored the F-35 and the Swedish Gripen fighter jets. And what does it show here? 95% is what the F-35 got, and the Gripen got 33%. You can see the breakdown here: mission performance, upgradability, sustainment, technical criteria, and capability delivery. And well, F-35 is a winner on all of these. The lowest is capability delivery, 67.
What is kind of surprising is now he's kind of forced into doing the military stuff, and Trudeau wasn't like that. Trudeau was anti-military, was anti-defense, and that's the thing. Right now, Carney decides to engage in military stuff because he's kind of pushed into it. Like Trump is like, you need to hold your own weight and that kind of stuff. And now what's going on, Carney will lose all of the people that voted for Trudeau because Trudeau was anti-military stuff. And now because Carney is pushing for that kind of stuff, they won't vote for him anymore. So what's the option for them? They will go Greens or NDP again.
And meanwhile, the Gripen, the only one it's got in the green here, is 81 in sustainment. Mission performance, 22%. Upgradability, 28. The Gripens, like Sweden's trying to dump those on us. We should not be getting those at all. It doesn't make any sense. Why would we buy inferior technology? The Carney's getting attacked on all sides here. We got Nate Erskine-Smith being asked about.
Okay, briefly, let me tell you. In the modern strategic fighter, so Eurofighter. Okay, so we don't market out our F-22s. F-22s are still a guarded secret. So F-22's initial purpose was to replace the F-117, but also have a combat variant. F-22s are very expensive and have the best KDA ratio for fighters. They are so advanced that we've never lost one. So the pilots, the helmets, see where our fighters work. The reason why we don't market this out is as soon as the plane hinders the area where these operate, we know where they are. That's how advanced the F-22s are. The F-35s are downgraded variants that have variants that are made for certain conditions. Some have vertical takeoff, others don't. Now, you ask the question why sustainability is bad. The flight to maintenance times are a little atrocious. But that's most of our military equipment. Like an Abrams tank does brilliant. But its maintenance times, you have to maintain it. And the reason why the Eurofighters are not catching up to the MiGs, and then there's the Chinese fighters, which are being the MiGs in that development. You're having to, because if air strategic you need for air defense, you need a good fighter when it comes to a war. F-35s have like a 6-to-1 ratio-ish. Maybe 7. But their KDA is, their kill-death ratio, so to speak, is better than the Eurofighter. Now, take this with a grain of salt, that if you're going with it, the F-35 is like when we marketed out the F-18. I mean, the F-16s. Sorry, the F-16s. The F-16, it's a very good general fighter. But see, this is what Carney's having to take into effect. This is what Europe is having to take into effect. Because in Europe, you don't think Canadians understand a war. Germany just opened up. They were supposed to actively start prepping. So if you look at what we make per month in shells, like a lot of the extra shells and munitions that we were sending off to Ukraine or other war zones to use, we were going to decommission them or have to decommission them in the first place. Right now, as we speak, Ukraine and Russia are dropping shells on each other all over the place.
That's not surprising.
Now, here's the thing about this. Germany thought we need to increase shell production. If you don't know anything about military, the thing about it is, the amount of shells they talk about this one factory, this one company could produce out of this factory, that's not even a firefight. That's not even a day's worth of fighting. They would have to manufacture that 10, 15 fold for the amount of just usage you have to have for shells. We're talking like mortar fighting. You're talking 1,000 shells or something like that. Is it nothing? That might be, if you're talking sustained firing in a war, that's not war levels. And the thing is, NATO has always had the 5% rule. It's never been really fully enforced.
But now it's more enforced.
The last time it was fully enforced was in the 90s under Bill Clinton.
Now Trump is bringing this back. So now we will play a bit more of that, because we see a divide among the liberals, because Carney is all over the place. He has the crazy environment people. He has the more center people. He has some of the Trudeau era people. He has some of the woke people. And now it's full chaos. Everyone wants a different thing. And when you spread too thin, well, there are cracks in your regime. And this is what's going on. So let's play a bit more of this, and then we will move on to the next reaction.
This Alberta BC oil pipeline deal. He doesn't want to comment until he sees what's going on, but he clearly has some words.
What's your thoughts in terms of what you've heard so far? Do you think this is something?
Well, I'm going to listen to what they say in here, and obviously we'll see what the announcement is tomorrow, and I'm sure I will have lots to say.
Are you worried this could fracture caucus?
As I said, I don't want to get ahead of this. I mean,
We know the answer now, because that was, I believe, Monday or Tuesday, just before Guilbeault quits, which is the next topic very soon. But
So
we will
there's
still
there-
harp on Carney comment very soon. But what was your question?
So here's the other thing you'll notice a lot with the liberals up there. So, like, you know the difference between our liberals, like what our Democrats are? Well, liberal philosophy in the U.S., Pelosi maybe was a bra-burning hippie or part of that, but she was one of the big proponents of pushing the progressive policy. Like, if you think progressive policies are kind of like the more subversive, there's always class struggle, there's always that, you need to tolerate everybody. That's why the Democrats became very welcoming of Antifa and Black Lives Matter in the U.S. What you're having is a similar effect up there. But see, our liberal party embraced not just the LGBT people, the QIA plus people, which have the tendency to be the crazy ones. No one
We have all of the crazies voting
and then they
liberals
vote
here.
for the liberals. But the thing is, when you asked specific liberal people on various, when you bring in the various weird factions of liberal ideology, especially if it's modern, they hate old kind of power. They are not for drilling. Like in the US, we have liberals that will literally die-hardly vote down. They're at odds because they go, oh, why don't you open up a natural gas veins like you have natural gas? Why don't you allow fracking? Why do you not allow these kind of deals? Because there is a liberal ideology that goes along with liberals that they, in their voter base, you can't drill, you can't mine.
And we got them. All
You
over
have them, and
our
those are
liberal
fighting with the
party.
people who actually that have to be in their districts where they have to drill or mine.
We need our mine. We need our fuel. We need our pipelines here in Canada. But
Because-
the liberals, they want they want Canadian to be broke. So
But
let's
there's
finish
also,
up that
before I say
segment
this, there's
now.
also, let me forget, you're also going to find the ones that break with liberals over ecological. Because
Yeah.
in the US, we have our liberal groups, the far left extremists and nutcases that usually go along with them. They find one endangered species or one endangered animal on a drill site or where they're putting up a pipeline. They'll uphold that shit for a while.
Yeah.
Tell you, it's downstream.
That's a yes. Look at that delay. Of course that's a yes. Stephen Guilbeault, is he going along with this? I don't think so. It's going to fracture caucus. Even if it's a memorandum of understanding, a phony baloney bullcrap thing that doesn't lead to a pipeline, it's going to piss off all the leftist, extreme leftist, eco-warriors in the Liberal Party, like Erskine Smith and Guilbeault.
I haven't been shy about
And most of the MPs in British Columbia, which is like 20 seats, it's hilarious. Apparently, they didn't show up Friday, so they all like push back on Carney, not really listening to caucus and doing whatever he wants. that's CEO Carney for ya. So let's get into question period for Monday because things happened. And when Mark Carney says, who cares? The opposition listen and answers, we care. And Canadians should care. So let's get into it.
Which will be significant for our businesses, such as government contracts, developing new markets.
So I think that one, they didn't cut some of the meat. So we will cut the meat ourselves.
With skill. 14.
That's
True.
not the right moment.
For instance.
Oh, I see.
Kid.
Unfortunately, I don't know exactly when question period truly starts.
Failures. How is it that he all
Oh, looks like it's here.
to send
approach at the negotiating table, and I urge
So,
the Prime Minister
question
to take
period
these trade
is starting very
negotiations
soon.
seriously and stand up for Canada. Conservatives, stand ready to deal with President Trump and take the trade war seriously because we do care about Canadians.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby, Melville.
Mr. Speaker, young people will build our future. We need them to. We don't have an option. Our country will be relying on them, so it's critical that they've got the support that they need. To the young Canadians, your voice matters and you are valued. I encourage you to be clear and organized about your priorities and become a leader in an area you're passionate about. Young generation brings a refreshing perspective to politics, and I'm happy that today we're joined by members of the Young Politicians of Canada who play an important role in shaping youth-centered policy around the world.
You know what's kind of funny? In the last election, the young people didn't vote red. They voted blue, the Conservative. Anyhow, that was just a comment there.
There's a
House of
reason
Commons
for that,
represents
though.
all Canadians, and that means it needs to represent young people and the problems that they face. Whether that's working
It's not
towards
the Liberals,
homeownership,
their
addressing
green
climate change,
scheme
supporting
that
higher
will make
education,
the young
There's
or
a whole
navigating
thing.
how
I'm
AI will
working
affect
on
our
it, and
world.
we could go over
These are
it,
concerns
too,
that are critical
eventually.
to address if we want to see
Younger
our new
people
generation
are
thrive.
basically a
Thank you.
victim.
Oral question.
Explain this a second. Younger voters are heavily. There's an entire philosophy that you're seeing it in. So millennials have three phases. The first part of millennials were the 90s babies that were growing up and came of age in the 90s, or they were formative years. There's the early, the middle, and the late. The late ones are becoming conservative.
Yeah.
Some of the middle are becoming the new independents. Now, those people are the ones that, when you're talking, largely broke for Obama. Now, the problem is you're seeing Gen Z is breaking, started off liberal, but they're breaking conservative. But there's a but. They are more radical in both left and right and independent philosophy because they are been influenced by generations of broken promises. Now, the problem is, I've talked to younger people about things. They aren't as informed, but they're also very different in how they problem solve because they don't have the ways where they've looked at the history of how to solve it. It's the appeal. Basically, liberals here can use TikTok and social media to influence. But the problem is conservatives have to find a way to do it. But younger people have a more activist vibe. We're learning that Gen Z is a very broken generation because Gen Z has been pulled to the left, to the right, to the middle. When it comes to gender ideology, when it comes to political philosophy, as well as broken promises, they're entirely shattered. How they think to make money and how some of them live, that's the one thing, Canada, you might be able to figure out. Whoever wins the Gen Z vote, let's assume the average voter under 20, that's where you're going to win elections. The people, older people, already have their minds made up. Liberal people are still going to vote liberal regardless of it.
Even if the country is burning, they shall go.
They will.
Yeah. We've seen it. The country is burning. They voted that down.
Le Premier Ministre. The Prime Minister was elected on a platform where he said that American tariffs were an existential threat to Canada. But nonetheless, this weekend, journalists asked him if negotiations are continuing. And he said, who cares? He said, who cares? I don't care. He doesn't seem to care about aluminum sector or forestry workers. Is that really the message he wants to send to Quebec workers? That he doesn't care? The Honorable Government House Leader.
It's funny. It's Monday, right after he made that comment. Nowhere to be seen in Parliament. So this just reinforced the narrative. He doesn't care. If Carney cared, he would be there right now. He would be defending himself, but he knows he cannot defend himself. He doesn't give a crap. Canada is just a piece on his chessboard at Brookfield. This is exactly what's going on, and this is why Carney is dipping and Pierre Poilievre is surging.
So I don't like that philosophy, by the way. I don't like that take. Here's a take about when you think about it. Trump himself, say what you want about him. He knows how, as I was telling you before we started, he has the perception game. Everyone knows in modern politics, money talks and bullshit walks, but largely you need money, and everyone's enriching themselves in one fashion or another. Very rare do you have a public servant that is, I'm just going to go up and serve and not gain bullshit from it. Basically, Pelosi used it to enrich herself. There is a thing with liberals, though. Liberal politicians, so usually at the liberal branch, usually enrich themselves, but they don't openly admit they do.
Because they pretend it's for your good. They pretend it's for
money.
You. It's for the people.
Well, see, the thing is, all socialism trickles down. It actually trickles up. Better way of analogy. The common person. See, communism and socialism kind of fall under left. It always goes into the power of the few. But they have to use the many. So the thing like a Carney was always a business person. And this is why you should be careful about electing people. Like, our politicians traditionally, when they become like president or so, you're supposed to resign. You're supposed to get rid of your controlling interest in any companies and such.
But in Canada, we are not like that. We
that.
are obedient, stupid. We let the official, the
but
members do whatever they want.
I look at it this way. He has a conflict of interest. But there's also the line. There's also the interest. There's also this thing about Carney. And I know they use it against Trump, and I don't think it's a good attack line either way. And this is where conservatives and liberals both fuck up. They all think, like every time you'll hear, Trump is the head of MAGA. MAGA is Trump. No. MAGA is a movement that uses Trump as a pseudo-leader.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean. The thing is, now, does Carney speak for, like, Brookfield, like saying, oh, he does what's best for Brookfield, what do for this and that? Yes, there have been deals made. But the thing
he still has his shares there.
He still has his shares, yes.
The more Brookfield makes money, the more the Prime Minister makes money.
Last
but the thing is, you don't
the member for Prince George Peace River Northern Rockies
to go after Carney. You need to destroy
took
him.
Up MAGA
prove he's an incompetent
accusations
leader.
Stating that immigrants slowed down the Canadian economy.
They do.
I think Canadians deserve to know
they
if
do.
The leader of the opposition approves of those comments.
So the classic liberal
Mr.
deflection.
Speaker, my question was for the Prime Minister, who is here in Ottawa, who said yesterday, when asked about jobs for people in aluminum, steel, forestry, and many other sectors who are suffering because of the Prime Minister's failures and his broken promises. And he said, who cares? How is it that the Prime Minister doesn't care about the fact that people are losing their jobs in Beauce, in the Saguenay, and elsewhere in Canada because of his failures? How is it that all he had to say was ask, who cares?
Who cares?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
See, Trump can, when he can make
Speaking
a comment
of
like
serious
this,
matters,
he
Mr.
can
Speaker.
deflect it to a media because the media hates it.
The member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies repeated MAGA claims that immigration and immigrants are a drag on the Canadian economy.
They just repeat the same crap.
Canadians want to know from the Leader of the Opposition.
But that's not a MAGA position entirely.
Not from the top, but let's take a little pause and let the noise level drop a bit, and may the House Leader may continue.
So the member said, repeated MAGA claims that immigrants are a drag on our economy. I think Canadians want to know whether the Leader of the Opposition approves this kind of language, and will he sanction the member, yes or no?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister claimed during the last election that the U.S. tariffs were an existential crisis, and I quote, requiring that he immediately be elected to, quote, negotiate a win and get a deal by July 21st. Well, a few days ago, he was asked about the state of those negotiations, and he said there are no issues of importance to discuss. In fact, he said, who cares? Mr. Speaker, we care. We care about the workers who've lost their jobs and don't have paychecks to make their mortgage payments. Why doesn't he care?
Because he's rich. He has Brookfield.
Monsieur le Président, on trouve un peu que ça dérape.
Mr. Speaker, things are getting out of hand on the other side of the House.
Repeating of these MAGA claims came in the wake of the member for Calgary Midnapore questioning the Prime Minister's loyalty to Canada. I think we can all agree that those are comments that no Canadian can take seriously. My question is,
Let me say something here. You're seeing a divide. Liberals have to acknowledge. So, like, our liberals here, people we used to have more classical and moderate liberals that used to. So, fun fact, so around 2012, the effect of having Obama going to Biden is Democrats to win in following changes to liberal philosophy pushed out their white voters, white males, like to the point they don't have white males. They disenfranchised the white males. They thought if they appealed
the liberals
to
did the same thing here.
They thought that if they appeal to the they think if they appeal to the quote unquote brown people, like the immigrants and the other people you bring in, they're going to be a thing. Which that's probably, if that's part of what they think is their support. So you're talking under Biden to Trump. The reason why a lot of them are breaking conservative now is largely because they neglected that base. Now, what's funny is if you hear the term MAGA, most of these liberal people only hear about what the stuff is. The thing is, when you talk about bringing in migrants to do jobs, yes, they're going to take certain jobs. Whether it's H-1Bs, which is like the tech sector job, which Silicon Valley was exploiting for years. And there's a whole thing on them. Just because you bring in foreign workers or like people under H-1Bs, they're not productive. Like, there's this whole thing.
They make their money and they leave.
No, there's actually this thing about them. The tech sector jobs, they ace the interview. Like, this is in the Chinese and the Indians. But they don't do their jobs well. Because when it comes to doing them, they're either requiring extra training or they're not qualified as they here, and it's more work. Banks found this out. Tech jobs have found this out. Now, that's a drain that you have to provide additional training to them, which the idea that also, this goes back to the second NAFTA trade deal. When you can make cheaper workers, have cheaper workers, it does drive down earnings for everybody. Now, if you have a federal minimum wage, strangely enough, they say it's $8 in the United States an hour, but I've seen like kids in high school get hired at a Chick-fil-A for like $12 an hour. So you're talking this concept of if you have a job, they do hurt economy. But then they'll go, you'll hear the liberals often claim, you're against white people won't go work in the fields. They will, give or take. They'll go work on co-op farms. They'll go do that. You just have to, like if in Nebraska and you have that kind of country boy culture, they will work on farms. But a city boy who has been raised in the city isn't going to go do that. Now,
because we don't like countryside. We like our little city.
Well, your little cities, like the concept is when they talk about migrants damaging the country, there's this thing of they shift the culture or they import their culture too. What most liberals have never understood, or liberal-minded people globally, is it alters your culture because they don't integrate.
That's true. That's true. Let's play the end of question period because we got a very interesting Elizabeth May moment.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. To this Liberal Prime Minister, once a friend, always a friend. He's very attached, this Prime Minister, to his European and Brookfield roots. Meanwhile, Canadians have to take on debt to buy groceries. But what does the Prime Minister do? He gives $500 million to the European Space Agency to create jobs in Europe at the Harwell Science and Innovation Campus. And can you guess who owns 50%
Brookfield,
of the
because it's
you
a
major
major
Is this yet another coincidence, or
conflict
is it more
of interest
flim-flammery to
under
make the Prime
committee
Minister's
and
friends
scrutiny
even
right
richer?
now.
How can the Prime Minister let 600,000 Quebecers line up at food banks while he sends their money and their jobs to his friends in Europe?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a good time for space in Canada. There is even an astronaut among us today.
It's not in Canada, it's in Europe,
we have
folks.
A
more
joint
gaslight,
investment
more
with
lies.
Europeans, and that investment will grow the Canadian economy. Each dollar contributed by the European Space Agency generates $3 in sales. Also, on December 11th, members should join us so that our businesses can benefit from that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians do want to diversify trade, but we want to diversify trade with democracies that share our values, that respect human rights. Now we're cozying up to the People's Republic of China. I haven't heard they're starting to treat the Uyghurs well. I don't understand how we can want to do deals with countries like Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates that right now has been caught with personnel carriers carrying out war crimes in Sudan.
And all of these dictatorship, they own freaking mines in Canada. Thank you, Harper. Thank you, freaking Carney. Marxist Carney. I hate this guy, and for once, I agree with that freak. That person that's so far left, she's lost on another freaking scale elsewhere. I agree with her for once.
The funny thing about it in her argument, which is interesting, is, okay, there's a position that liberal-minded people take where you need to care, that you need to care globally about causes. But what's funny is they always have blind spots. People go, why are you making deals with Saudi Arabia? So in the U.S., we have known for years the Saudis they're kind of not to be trusted. Okay, so the Saudi
Just
royal,
like the China that sent
Saudi
fentanyl.
royal family, despite all of the crap, like there's a redacted section of the 9/11 report that will never see the light of day that comes from Saudis themselves were funding Sharia law schools and played a part in what happened with 9/11 because of the effects of it. The thing is, the U.S. makes deals with the Saudis because they're a power broker in the region. You have to deal with them or have a good enough relation with them. But we all know in the U.S., their power eventually is going to slip and break amongst the royals. So the idea, when a liberal person goes, don't make a deal with Saudi Arabia, they're sending out weapons. Yes, they are notorious for policing their region. They are part of the reason that the Saudis just get bored because they're dealing with the Houthi radicals down in Yemen. They're bombing the shit out of them. Now, the thing is, if that's the genocide she's talking about, the other issues in the war crimes in Sudan, because they are basically, you're having to fight that. Again, that's not a mainstay position that we should care about, because if we support the Saudis, they're going to do it anyways. But you don't isolate the Saudis because you don't have any relations over there, if that makes sense, Multi.
Yeah,
because they are going to police their region the way they want. Now, do you have to approve of it? No. Are you a participator in the genocide? No, you're not. You are just a weird adjacent ally. It doesn't stain your relations. It's not worth being an entire jackass to the Saudis because they're out massacring terrorists who kill people and are genociding others. Because in Sudan, they're genociding Christians.
But that's Christian.
People don't understand that. These are the people the Saudis are semi-blowing up. These are the people eradicating These are people who the Saudis have been trying to get rid of, the Islamic extremists, which are going into the countryside in Africa, killing Christians.
Yeah, and now that's enough said. It's crazy. It's kind of funny how I agree with this far left person for once. And now let's hear out what the liberal have to say, because as usual, you will see it. You will see it. More gaslight, more lies.
Do we trade away our values? Do we trade away our souls when we trade with those countries?
I'm sorry, did you?
The Honorable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, respect for human rights, labor, and the environment remain at the heart of our trade policies and our high standard trade agreements.
Yeah, sure.
When negotiating trade agreements,
well, that's true.
No, that's not. I'm sorry, but if you deal with that,
important driver to promote Canadian values, create jobs, and encourage economic growth that works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Je voudrais signaler aux députés.
No.
I would like to know
and this marks the end of this question, period.
2025 impact.
No, the thing is, would be interesting to see how you're... Okay. There's a thing about October 7th.
Oral questions, questions.
Okay, so the thing about Here's an example. So October 7th attacks that kicked off one of the last major Palestine-Israeli conflicts, because if you ask the average person, including the Christian kind of person, they're going to look at people. They don't know, because modern liberals do not understand the difference between the global Jewish population and what a Zionist is. Because they're the same people who tried to rationalize Islamic terrorists from are safe people compared to that who are traditional Islamists. They don't understand radical Islamists are very dangerous, but they must go against the Jewish people. So there are a section of the liberals in the United States, and I hear this amongst conservatives, and I'm hearing this. I heard it from the liberals, now I'm hearing it from conservative independent people. Because we make deals with Israel to protect Israel from being eradicated, because it's one of the few democracies or few Western allied powers in the Middle East, that we do have to rein in periodically.
But Canada doesn't care about
But here's the
democracy.
thing. No, but here's the thing. This is when you look at this. People think because the Jewish people give money to people, they're in controlling interest, and you're backing Israel killing Palestinians. October 7th blew a lid off the modern veil of it.
Yeah.
Basically, we have liberals who think just because you side to protect Israel in any fashion, shape, or form, you support them. Just because you support an area doesn't mean you condone it.
Yeah.
The problem is they use that argument, the value argument, saying, oh, conservatives aren't real Christians, whatever else, because they're doing genocide. They promote Israel. This is what a lot of liberal thinking, it's a level of brain rot where they have a hard time equating to values. Because if actual liberal people cared about the environment and other things, there's some that care so much about the environment, you wouldn't even tear the land up to develop farming land, because you would be killing animals.
They wouldn't be flying in jets the way they do. Anyhow, now, because this next segment will be quite big, we have a lot. Here's the thing. Usually, question period, I like to pick the start and the end because I think it's relevant, it's the best parts. But this time around, I decided to clip a lot of things in between. And the reason is, that question period was massive. Usually, Pierre Poilievre, the leader's opposition, starts by speaking up. He asks 3 or 4 questions, and then we have dead stuff in between. And then at the end, we got NDP showing how far left they have become or they have turned in recent years. But this time around, this question period, Pierre Poilievre is around a lot. And even Bloc, usually I don't care that much about Bloc. To be honest, I am more of a Canadian than a Quebecer, so I don't care about the Bloc. But the Bloc entertained me. I cannot wait for the Bloc to get back the seats they lost to the Liberals. So let's get into this massive, massive piece of question period. And for once, I won't pause too much. Maybe if you feel the need to pause, we will pause, but we will try to get through as much as we can from that one, because that one is massive.
You're so just now discovering that there's more to than 2 parts to these question periods.
Yeah, so that question period, it was Tuesday. That was a massive one. And that was the best one since Carney lost his temper in October. So brace yourself for entertainment. Let's get into it.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in his 28 trips, this Prime Minister hasn't been able to reduce a single foreign tariff on Canada. But he has managed to find gains for Brookfield. A few days after he met with President Trump, the President signed an agreement to buy $80 billion worth of nuclear products from Brookfield. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister is spending millions of dollars for a special project in Europe on the Brookfield campus. Why is it that every time the Prime Minister goes abroad, Canadians get poorer, but Brookfield, his business, gets richer? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président, comme d'habitude.
Mr. Speaker, as usual, the leader of the opposition should check his numbers. The government of Indonesia has reduced tariffs on Canadian goods on 95% of our goods and services. Meanwhile, the government of the UAE will invest $70 billion
by taking one of our mines. So this is really bad. But I'm surprised Mark Carney showed up Tuesday.
Since the Prime Minister was elected promising, quote, to negotiate a win with the U.S., American tariffs on autos, aluminum, and steel have doubled, and on Canadian lumber, they've tripled. Not a single American tariff has been reduced since he promised he would reduce them. And now he says, who cares?
Yep.
Mr. Speaker, I care about the 3,000 auto workers that I met on the picket line in Brampton who are out of a job. I care about the 8 mills that have closed because the Prime Minister failed to deliver a deal. The workers on those lines, they care. Canadians care. Why doesn't the Prime Minister care?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since I became Prime Minister, Canada has secured the lowest tariffs of any country in the world. On 85% of our goods, the tariffs are zero. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And that's under
sectors,
Kusma,
the auto
and
sector,
that
the
wasn't
steel
Mark
sector,
Carney
the lumber
doing.
sector, the aluminum sector that are under pressure. We care. We're acting in those sectors. There will be announcements this week to further support.
More
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Before the election, he promised elbows up. After, it was who cares? Before the election, he said the tariffs were an existential crisis. Now he says they're not a burning issue. Before the election, he promised to negotiate a win. After, he backed down to American tariffs, and those tariffs have now doubled on Canadian aluminum, autos, and steel, and tripled on Canadian lumber. Before the election, he promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. After, he delivered the fastest shrinking economy. Why is the Prime Minister before the election so much different than the one after?
Yeah. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Switch bait and switch.
Mr. Speaker, on the night of the election, when I had the great honor from my constituents of being elected as a deputy of this House, unlike some others in the chamber today.
About constituent, but he didn't open a
I made a promise to
constituency office
Canadians.
for
When
months.
I make a mistake, I'll admit it. That was a poor choice of words about a serious issue. And the serious issue is what progress are we making structurally? Best deal in the world, strongest budget in the world, and the most new trade deals in the world.
And the most shrinking economy in the world.
The Prime Minister did make a mistake. He's made many mistakes. In fact, it's been nothing but mistakes when it's come to trade.
Roasted.
This Prime Minister promised that he would negotiate a win on softwood lumber. Now he says, who cares? Well, Conservatives care. Within 80 days of the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, taking office, he managed to eliminate American tariffs on softwood lumber and get refunds of them. This Prime Minister has now had 8 months, and those tariffs have now more than tripled. Prime Minister asks, who cares? I can tell you, on behalf of all the MPs on this side, we care about the jobs that are being lost in Lumbertown. Why doesn't he?
Because he's rich, and the rich don't care about the plan.
Mr. Speaker, this government cares about creating jobs in this country. That's why we proposed a budget before this House that catalyzes $1 trillion of investment over 5 years. The member opposite
Nothing
in his
brings
colleagues, those who
affordability
can
that
make it into the room,
fabulous
voted
budget
against
deficit.
that budget, voted against Canadian workers, voted against Canada's future.
Against deficit.
We believe in this country, Mr. Speaker, and we are building it.
Bravo.
Here, here.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Chinese, American, Indian, and other tariffs have only gone up since the Prime Minister began his 28-trip journey around the world. He hasn't had a single solitary win. In fact, the only wins he's had are for Brookfield. Just days after he met with the President, Trump signed on to $80 billion of nuclear purchases from Brookfield. And then he gave $500 million of our tax money to the European Space Agency located on Brookfield's campus. Why is it that whenever he spends his time and our money, Canadians end up poor and he and Brookfield end up richer?
This is the progressive way, folks.
Mr. Speaker, not for the first time, the Leader of the Opposition needs to check his numbers. That's right. The government of Indonesia is reducing tariffs on 95% of Canadian goods. Wow. Canada has the best deal with the United States. 85% of our goods are tariff-free.
Carney, but, hey,
the United Arab Emirates is just confirmed that they want to invest $70 billion in this country. Wow. They believe in Canada's future. Why don't the members up?
Let me say something. The funny thing is, he does speak a little bit of truth here. Now, if you're talking about softwood lumber, the funny thing about Trump's administration, give or take, it's America first. The idea is he wants us to open our aluminum veins to be able to get to. What his idea is to basically see, America doesn't usually exploit its resources. Like, China gets very close to international waters, as an example, to us, because we don't have as much offshore drilling. So they go sideways into our stuff. So, like, we have aluminum here, but it's never been a massive amount to maintain it. So we've had to live off both Canada and others. So, like, our lumber industry, Trump's increased it. The funny thing is, when you're talking tariffs themselves, so what we're witnessing globally is a new modern trade war. Prior to Trump going after the tariffs, no one has talked about the global imbalance in trade. Now, has it taken a toll? Like, we're seeing $500 billion in stuff. But the deficit for us with China, because of the tariffs, the import fees, the export fees we have to pay, we're still like $300 billion off in a year. Now, the funny thing about this is Canada is still an ally, but they also presented it as an enemy to the U.S. Now, really,
because we are cozy with China. Because stupid liberal.
So, no, you would think. No, if you go back to the premise, Canada was largely being influenced by WEF.
Yeah,
they were trying to block the. So China's Belt and Road policy, it's very key to understanding how China deals with other nations. The Belt and Road policy is to basically, they go to other countries and then they bring the resources back. So they're going to Africa, like right now they're dealing with the rare earth minerals in Africa, and they're finding out that the Europeans and Americans and everybody else who's had to deal with Africa has had to deal with. But they need those rare earth minerals for China, so to speak. So the concept itself is Carney also, he's not securing he's not secured a major deal. It's also because he will not compromise. Like, as of this, if you listen, Trump gets asked all the time about the trade deal with Canada.
I'm surprised you guys still talk about it, because
We know it's one of the
didn't care.
It's one of the big things because Canada is still a neighbor. It's just like Mexico's the little brown stepchild that in the bunch that we know is a very dysfunctional child, stepbrother, that we have to tolerate. Canada, we've always had a good relation with. Now, the government itself there's terms. Carney is trying to... Trump doesn't like the terms, and there's been stuff they want, and it's just not working out. You have to... I'm not saying Canada has to be second fiddle to the U.S. The problem is Carney is finding out that he's not giving good enough terms. Now, they're close
He actually
to a
doesn't try. To be honest, he only pretends in front of the camera. But I don't think Carney wants a deal, because if he gets a deal, then people will be more prosperous, and I don't think the WEF wants that.
Well, I don't know. Here's what you have to think about that trade deal with Canada. The problem with a trade deal is the terms along with how it's being negotiated. I think Carney is also having an issue with his caucus. Now, there is a part in foreign relations, and with Trump, it's not that you have to kiss the ring. You have to find a way.
Everyone wins.
To massage Trump, and then you have to be able to walk away with a deal that could satisfy your people. Now, there is this thing of you're going to have to recognize that the U.S. is a bigger power. And sadly, that's the case.
Carney doesn't realize, because Carney is so brainwashed with his green BS that he doesn't value
think
others.
That's the case. You have to realize, but there's also the thing of it, because everyone here has been saying it would be easier to get the resources we need. You would be surprised here in the U.S. how much of our common thing, liberals and conservatives both, are like, Carney should make a deal because it's easier for us to go to Canada for our coal, lumber, aluminum, whatever metals and crap we need, than go to China. Now, the problem is we have allies up there. Clearly, that's the more mining-centric areas up there. But Carney's administration and his advisors are telling him to not take the deal. Now, the problem themselves is the deal, the final deal, is about 80% finished as of now. The last 20% is what they're arguing over. Now, again, we won't know the full nature of it. It's taking a long time to get a trade deal done. Trump's been asked about this repeatedly by people from Canada, but Trump isn't giving out particular details. Why? It makes pure economic sense for us to get the stuff from Canada, it's then having to go, because trying to get stuff out of Mexico is 50-50, because Mexico is in a de facto state of revolution half the time. Now in Canada, that's a funny part, because with the trade deal stuff, I've been following it, it's been coming up. The idea is there's something holding up the deal, and it's not Trump. It has to be something on Carney's side.
And you are American and you say that. It's fabulous. I like to hear that.
There's something about that the deal is 80% done.
But Carney doesn't want to move it further. It's amazing. Let's play more of that now.
The honorable leader of the opposition. Right, and he arrived just a few days after Brookfield's CEO, lining up with the same interests that are not Canadian interests, Mr. Speaker. Speaking of Canadian interests, this Prime Minister opposed the pipeline from Alberta to the Pacific, just like his Liberal predecessor blocked that same pipeline. On Thursday, he'll make one of his grand announcements, waving around a meaningless so-called memorandum of understanding. If it's anything other than a public relations ploy, why won't he say on what date will construction begin on a pipeline from Alberta to the Pacific?
Because Carney doesn't want the pipeline, but he won't say it out loud.
Look, here's the problem with any kind of energy discovery. Liberal people, who are usually, when I say liberal or progressive types,
it's more Carney issue
in the environmental
values.
It's going to literally, I've said this time and time again, alternative energy is going to take years to research.
Yeah.
You need it. It's always going to be. Oil companies spend a large amounts of their profits going back into finding more oil and finding, they do line their pockets. No one ever doubts it, but they spend a large amounts of their returns to go find more oil, because it takes time. Then they have to, once they find the deposits, they have to build the rigs. They have to reinvest in it to get it out of the ground. You can't just crack that open and get it out. Same with pipelines. Pipelines just don't go up. Like, we can build skyscrapers.
The issue is Carney doesn't want one. That's the big issue. But
that's
now
probably the
let's
big
do
deal.
More because we have a lot of coverage to do now.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, sometimes the question reveals everything. The memorandum of understanding that we're negotiating with Alberta creates necessary conditions, but not sufficient conditions, because we believe in cooperative federalism. We believe the government of British Columbia has to agree. We believe that First Nations right holders in this country have to agree and support. All stakeholders have to back it. That's one Canada.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Jean.
I like
Mr.
that
Speaker, the Liberals always cheat. We're just going to wait for things to calm down so that we can hear the honourable member for Saint-Jean. Please go ahead. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals always cheat. We found that out in 1995, and we see it now. The Minister of Immigration at the time confirmed that Jean Chrétien asked him to speed up giving citizenship to as many people as possible so they could vote in the referendum, and the Liberals have admitted that they leveraged immigration during that vote. Last month, Jean Chrétien also admitted that if Quebecers had voted yes, he would have used a whole bunch of low tricks to avoid having to recognize the new reality. Liberals always cheat, and if Quebec holds a new referendum, will they cheat again? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Probably, most likely.
Yes,
they don't
Mr.
want to
Speaker,
lose Quebec, because if they lose Quebec, that's the end of the Liberal Party.
I would say that with 45 Quebec Liberal members here, it's pretty clear that we respect the vote of Quebecers.
I think it's 44.
The Bloc Québécois is always criticizing Quebec members, and meanwhile, we are building this great country. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, the Liberals cheated during the referendum, whereas the yes camp was democratic. The proof of that is how Quebecers nobly accepted the results of the referendum, but they accepted it because they felt that it was a democratic process, but actually that democratic process had been undermined by the Liberals. They rigged the results, and Jean Chrétien was even prepared to cheat if the yes camp had won. With a third referendum on the horizon, will the Federalists finally debate democratically instead of using cheating and scary stories? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker.
They have 44 seats. I was damn right.
But this government
that
is
was
turned
a
toward
lie.
the future with confidence, boldness, and ambition for Quebec and Canada.
Any complaints about
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, a lot of people have to wait for years to be granted citizenship, while Ottawa twiddles its thumbs. But now we know what the Liberals are up to. We know that if there were just a referendum in Quebec, Ottawa would suddenly take action. Imagine the conversation. Oh, you want us to process your file more quickly? Okay, great. But you will vote against the referendum to thank the good old Canadian government. How is it that Canada's immigration system is always broken except when there's an opportunity to harm Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
They harm themselves. That's why.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the Bloc Québécois is trying to scare us. Canada attracts the best people in the world. And all Canadians and Quebecers want to build this great country with our government.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister apparently hasn't read our Constitution, which indicates that the federal government alone has jurisdiction over pipelines that cross borders. Let me quote 9210. Federal jurisdiction applies to works and undertakings that connect one province to another or extend beyond provincial limits. In other words, it is exclusively the federal government's decision on whether to approve a pipeline. It was this federal government that blocked the last pipeline. So can he...
The narrative here that's brought forward is to tell, look, it's because of the Liberal if we cannot prosper. And it's actually true. This is what's going on.
He confirm once and for all, is he deciding unilaterally to give veto to NDP BC Premier to block a project that Canada needs?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Because he doesn't want to take the blame.
Mr. Speaker, last week we talked about that big, long, giant pipeline of hot air that animated the country for 10 years during the government of which that member was a member. Not a single milliliter of oil reached Tidewater under the Harper era. In a Liberal government, oil exports have increased. Oil exports to Tidewater, thanks to the purchase of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, have increased. Canada is a conventional and a renewable energy superpower, and that will continue.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it really is embarrassing that a Prime Minister who claimed that he was the man with the plan cannot even stand up and debate me about pipelines on the floor of the House of Commons. He's afraid. The previous Conservative government approved a pipeline to Tidewaters, the Northern Gateway Pipeline, which the Liberals then defeated and destroyed, giving massive power to the Americans to monopolize our oil. Will the Prime Minister, who promised to act with unimaginable speed 8 months ago, finally stand up for Canadian workers and confirm that he will approve a pipe to the top?
That wouldn't help the asset at Brookfield. That's why he doesn't do it.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, our government fully understands understands the ultimate jurisdiction for interprovincial pipelines rests with the federal government. At the same time, our government has been clear that a proponent for a major project, for it to be designated, we expect it to work with the impacted jurisdictions and with First Nations. Mr. Speaker, they don't understand that. The Premier of Alberta understands that. They want to work with us.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it really is pathetic that the Prime Minister cannot stand in his place and defend his position. He's afraid to defend the fact that on Thursday, he will not sign on to a new pipeline. He will sign on to a public relations stunt while planning to hide behind the Premier of BC and abdicating his unique constitutional responsibilities. If he wanted a pipeline, if he no longer believed in the keep it in the ground extremist ideology that he supported for 10 years, then he would stand up today and say that he will approve a pipe to the Pacific. Will he?
The Honourable Minister of
Everyone except Carney responds.
Excuse me,
I
we haven't given the green light yet to answer the question. I'm waiting for it to get a little quieter. Yeah, like the Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition doesn't seem to understand how to get a pipeline built. The Premier of Alberta does. Is working with this government to build Canada strong, Mr. Speaker.
More lies and gaslight.
Of the Opposition.
Speaker, the question was for the Prime Minister. He's here in Ottawa today. He has the ability to stand up and state his position.
But
he claimed that he was going to act with unimaginable speed. Here we are 8 months later, and he refuses to state whether he even supports a new oil pipeline or whether he'd like to continue to pump that oil at discounts to the United States of America while Canadians pay the price. What does it take to get a pipeline approved by this Prime Minister? Does it have to be a Brookfield pipeline?
Oh! Shots fired.
The Honourable
is Carney there?
Government House Leader.
Is Carney there?
Speaker,
He's not there.
Natural resources projects,
Carney
interprovincial resource projects, there are indeed a great deal of those. The federal government has a unique role and must ensure that our obligations to First Nations, our obligations to other provinces, to communities, to consulting are present and those conditions are met, and then we are able to proceed. The Leader of the Opposition, now that he's standing right there, may want to stand up and say what part of that process would he not respect, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I don't respect the idea of standing in the way of Canadian energy workers and giving our oil to the Americans at a discount. What we would do is get the government out of the way and get the project built. The Prime Minister has the unique constitutional opportunity to do that. Section 9210 of the BNA Act makes it exclusively a federal decision. This Prime Minister is hiding under his desk rather than answering the question. 8 months after promising that he would take unprecedented action with unimaginable speed, he's done nothing. Why doesn't he get out of the way?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Nonsense. We have dozens of major projects in play and under study, and we are building the country at unimaginable speed. We are creating opportunities for energy workers, for young people, for housing, for steel, lumber, aluminum, and autos in this country. That is what we are doing. What is shocking is that the Leader of the Opposition stands in his place and somehow pretends in his whole fake way that he's going to override and steamroll the rights of Canadians that have a right to have a say in these projects. We're going to give them a say. He won't.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
While the Prime Minister hides under his desk, he puts up his House Leader to rant and rave and pump his fists in the air. This Prime Minister said that we faced an existential crisis requiring that we act with unimaginable speed. And here we are 8 months later, and he doesn't even have the courage to tell Canadians whether he supports a pipeline that would allow us to go around the American monopoly of our energy and get our product to the world. So will he find...
The biggest reason also he doesn't want to do that, he wants to sound like a centrist. Like, he doesn't want to sound like that zealot far left, because Justin Trudeau was disliked for being far left. So again, Carney is a very smart man, but I think he is a terrible politician, and it shows. It's telling. His caucus is collapsing, and every decision he is making is backfiring in every way possible.
No, he largely inherited a damaged party. If you didn't think the So the reason the Conservatives had an issue, because remember, as I said, Carney was a status quo person.
Yeah.
I still stand by that. He's trying to carry it on. The problem itself now is, as you can see, he's having to govern.
And not only that, but there's the mortgage crisis incoming this winter. And I cannot wait for the people that didn't finish to pay off their home to actually realize the big mistake they did by voting red again.
Finally, stand up for workers, stand up in this House, and answer the question, a pipeline or a pipe dream?
Pipe dream?
Mr. Speaker, speaking of ranting and raving, I asked the leader of the opposition yesterday. 2 insignificant things were said by members of his caucus last week. Number one,
and he is going back at it because why not?
The Prime Minister,
I mean, we don't know what to say
to Canada. Secondly, the member for Northern Rockies repeated mega claims that
and again, that guy is part of the government, and he just doesn't want to take
He should stand in his place right now and apologize for those comments. Take those members to task and do something for.
Okay, what you're going to see is a tactic. Our liberal people do it as well. They try to do it too. So what are the Democrats and our liberal people? There's a thinking. If you shame the leaders, because now if you, in theory, if you cave, so like if Poilievre comes out and says, I'm going to censure the one guy or woman, or what they are, for saying something stupid.
It's Canada, we don't know.
They're going to use that against him. In the US, what our people do is they'll ask, like, so they know Trump is bombastic. Reporters ask Trump questions, trap him in questions. Oh, do you like this person because they're trying to get him to demean somebody so you can use it against that person? Like there's like the myth of disharmony amongst conservative and MAGA base in America. No, their only disharmony is amongst the loons who are the groypers or the far severe MAGA people and Republicans. There's no infighting. There is yet, I say. We'll have it eventually.
Yeah.
But the thing about this is it's a gotcha line. They want him to say something. And the fact alone, if I hear Canada, like, if I go, the response would be, what does MAGA have to do? Like, the best response if Poilievre ever wanted to get it, what does it have to do with it? Like, I don't know anything about it, or that's their opinion.
So because now get the next 3 ready soon, because we are about to finish that one.
I can't imagine what we have in store for Wednesday. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it's not us that question the loyalty of the Prime Minister. He's the one that is blocking a pipeline that would allow Canada to become energy independent, to reach markets outside of Canada, while he and his company invest in pipelines in the Middle East and in Latin America. He's the one that forces Canadians to spend more on taxes than on food, clothing, and shelter combined, while he stashes his cash in a Bermuda tax haven above a bicycle shop. So if he wants to say that he's Canada first, why doesn't he stand up in this House and start acting like it?
Because it's a coward.
Minister of Jobs and Family.
Carney the coward.
Trades Union. The Canadian
Oh,
Labour
Patty
Congress.
Aju. She's so terrible on committee.
He's too busy checking his shares and see how much they've gone up.
Does the Honourable Member have a question?
So the comment is like, he's too busy counting his shares. It's going up.
That's why you don't have conflicts of interest.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, the Building Trades Union, the Canadian
The more
Labour
I
Congress,
hear, the more I hate her.
Leona,
I just cannot
union, Mr.
stand
Speaker.
at you.
These are
I don't
all
see why
unions
kind of
that have
person would
praised
vote
Budget
for
2025.
her.
You know why,
To
Mr.
vote for
Speaker?
her?
Because they make
She's a
People
historic
vote for
investments
that
in the major
girl. And I
infrastructure
cannot stand
projects that are
her.
going to
She's a
create
good
great jobs
spokesperson.
all across this country. Whether it's
I'm
supporting
sorry, but no.
Canadians through things
By the
like
way,
the
the
Canada
one you
Child
pulled out
Benefit,
is one of the
indexing
last
into
few,
inflation, whether it's
so
creating
not
jobs
the
and helping
right
people
one.
get the skills to take them.
Or
Mr.
the next
Speaker,
story.
these conservatives vote against
Next one is
Canadians
they ate in.
every
They are
single
losing
I know,
patience.
I'm fine with
Canadians
it.
know better.
Must abide by is thorough, and the Prime Minister must
I think
follow
this is
that code of
November
conduct and ethics.
26th, the one.
Mr.
Yeah.
Speaker, once again, the government is letting Canadian airlines violate the human rights of people with disabilities.
This is the party of the Charter of Right, folks.
What is the one that they hate him? They're losing patience.
One sec. It's
Oh, I see what it is.
it's 11-8 podcast. It's
yeah, that one. Good. Okay,
yeah.
you're good.
But they are not underneath the two
Yeah, I
underneath.
can only present 3 at once,
Yeah.
sir.
It's this time it's WestJet who put in place arbitrary weight restrictions preventing people with motor vehicles from flying. The result, denying people with disabilities the right to travel safely for work, education, or to visit loved ones. When will the Liberals close loopholes in the Accessible Canada Act, uphold disability rights, and hold corporate executives accountable when they violate these
because
rights?
they like the corporate executive.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course, we have an ongoing dialogue with Canada's transportation companies about ensuring the mark of a great society
About
is the
Brookfield
space and
Share.
the ability for all members of that society to participate in it. And we obviously want the transportation sector to be very reflective of that great generosity in Canada. We have a proud record on this side of the House and renewing and reaffirming our commitment to accessibility in Canada. We'll continue to do that, and we'll do that in partnership with the transportation sector.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, Danielle Smith is making an unprecedented attack on.
She is right now one of the NDP member that's in the leadership race. She is the only one in parliament right now, and I think she's a great candidate. I cannot wait to cover that eventually in this current stream.
On healthcare in this country. If she is allowed to get away with privatization, it will be the beginning of the end of public, universal, single-payer healthcare in this country. And it is central to Canadian identity. And Alberta healthcare workers are calling for the government to protect healthcare.
And it's hilarious because it's actually misinformation, because what's going on in Alberta, you have two type of license, the private one and the public one, and all they are doing is making it easier so people can go private, but that doesn't mean they can't do the public one if they want to. So
the private, okay. The problem with private healthcare is more expensive.
Yeah.
Whereas you can have the public option. Now, what we're finding out with the Affordable Health Care Act, AHA or Obamacare, it's twofold because it's a tax. We're having to extend a special tax credit, so it's keeping it cheaper to where it's semi-affordable in the premiums and the other parts. But what we're finding out is, as it's going on, so one of the special tax credits that we've been keeping in place is about to run out on it. And Trump has said not to carry it over. Democrats are really pissed about it because Democrats have been doing this system where it's an extra tax on the population because of the way it is being enforced. That's actually how the Affordable Health Care Act is being done. So, but it is also at the same time affecting private insurance. Basically, it's making the Affordable Health Care public plan too expensive to maintain. Meanwhile, the private plans are having to cover the costs that are supposed to be being covered by the Affordable Health Care Act. So the costs are going up. It's the same thing. They say, well, you're going after this if you don't go for it. The problem is conservatives have said for years that a single payer system isn't maintainable because doctors are either insurance to cover doctors or their insurance that they need is going up to be new treatments. The specialty doctors aren't taking it, and a bunch of others. It is actually already starting a mini collapse in sections. Or else, the family members to maintain those affordable health care plans, it's costing more. I can only imagine in Canada the actual cost that you have to maintain.
And we don't even have a good service.
That you have to, because we're starting to see the problem where hospitals are they're understaffed in some of them already, but we're already finding out it's affecting the system. So that's one reason. Single payer healthcare only works in areas they're like Sweden, Norway. Basically, if you have the population of New York City, you're good. Like, if you have that, you're fine. The moment you get into 100 million people, maybe
it's
80,
too many.
Too many.
It's not sustainable. Yeah.
To enforce the Canada Health Care Act, will the Prime Minister protect public health care and enforce the law in this country, or will he just take a photo op with Daniel?
He will take a photo op with Daniel
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our new government will always protect the Canada Health Act and Canada's universal health care system. That's why Budget 2025, our new government is investing in our publicly funded healthcare system, including through generational investments of $5 billion to build healthcare infrastructures. We have a collaborative approach with all provinces and territories to ensure all Canadians continue to have an equitable access to medically necessary care based on their medical needs, not their ability to pay. Thank you.
And
but then you have
concludes,
people dying here.
Question period for today. I know you're disappointed, but it'll be back tomorrow.
So,
what did you tell the caucus?
No, but the thing too here is see what Medicaid or Medicaid is supposed to do, like here, you have where there's supposed to be a reimbursement plan. So what we're finding out here is the reimbursement plans in the U.S. So let's say in Dallas, Dallas is a good place. Like, it's one of the best hospital areas in Texas. What I say, sections over there. They have, let's say you treat a bunch of migrants. They tell you to go to the ER. The federal government has to reimburse the hospital for treatment. Now, little do people know, the reimbursements haven't come in good, or it's costing the federal government a lot. Basically, at one point, Parkland Hospital years ago had $70 million that wasn't being covered.
That's crazy.
Or reimbursed. That was a decade plus ago.
So before we move on to the next topic with Guilbeault quits, well, I need to explain what's going on. So since Trudeau took over, we are anti-energy, we are anti-economy, we don't like prosperity, we don't like money. And by the way, Pierre Serge is not the right one. The right one is the MPs. But what's going on? Well, Alberta has been suffering the most among all of the province because they need to pay a certain amount each year to Ottawa because they are considered a rich province, which is kind of true. If they would be selling their oil, their fuel, their gas, if they were using pipelines, then that'd be true. That'd be the strongest, richest province. But here's the thing. Ottawa is filled with great zealot. They control parliament since 2015. So what's going on? Alberta is so tired because they're told, pay up and shut up. And now the separatist movement is back. Because many, many years ago, they wanted to separate. And then they realized, you know what? We still love Canada. We are Canadian at heart. But now, because Trudeau is a zealot, because Trudeau doesn't make sense, well, that movement is back in full swing, in full force. Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, took many steps to make sovereignty and independence stronger and better. And you know what? Carney is kind of scared to some extent because he realizes, wow, it's so fragile. If Alberta leaves, that's a lot of money we'll lose. If Alberta leaves, that's on my administration. This is the end of my power grab on Ottawa's parliament because it will be remembered as the one PM that actually shattered Canada into pieces. So what's going on? Well, now he had that deal with Danielle Smith, and he said, you know what? It's a memorandum. We will admit we did wrong in the past. And the other factor here is you want these separatists to no longer think about it. And the other thing is 8 months, nothing has been done. It's all word, it's all promise, it's all empty. And Carney wants to show everyone he's the guy and he gets things done. And that memorandum says, you know what, the administration was wrong. So now it's telling some of these naive and gullible voters that are more in the center, this Carney guy is not Trudeau because this Carney guy admits his administration did some harm. Now, it's kind of hilarious because he admits that, but on the other end, he doesn't do anything to course correct. So we still have the same issue. But hey, it's what's going on. And now we had Stephen Guilbeault, a proud Quebecer that did some jail time because he was a green activist in the past. Yes, you got it right. He did really wrong thing. I don't know the exact detail, but I know he did some jail time. And once he got released, guess what? He joined the Trudeau team. He got elected times and times. And now Stephen Guilbeault, because he's that proud environmentalist, that green zealot. Well, Carney gave that guy the job of the Minister of Cultural Things. He didn't give him environment because Guilbeault already messed up in environment, and Carney only wanted to pretend his administration is different. Now, Guilbeault, again, he's still the same green zealot. So when he realized, oh, Carney is kind of saying the liberal green grift scam is a scam, well, I cannot support that anymore. So he did step down as a cabinet member. And that shows, yeah, it's collapsing. It's fragile. The Liberal Party is fragile right now. One of the most green zealot no longer wants to support the Liberals, but hey, he still wants a paycheck, he still wants money. So even if he steps down as the minister, so he loses some money, but he still kept his job because he didn't give away his seat. So he's still in parliament, but he's no longer a minister, and he's no longer making the big fat check he used to have. But yeah, Guilbeault did quit his job as minister. He's still sitting in parliament. He's still a parliament member. Shame on him. Shame on the people that voted that guy in. But anyway, here we are. Let's hear out other people. Let's speak out on Guilbeault quitting. Let's get into it.
A really good discussion.
But behind closed doors, one source says discussions were tense and candid.
Well, happy Thanksgiving to our American listeners, or as we in Canada like to call it, Thursday. I kid, it's a joke. It's a joke. Hope you're enjoying your time off, eating your turkey, having your stuffing, enjoying life on the southern side of the border. Hope life is good for you down there, enjoying some good old time, watching some football. However, we got some stuff to talk about on the Canadian side of the border because, well, guess what? We're Canadian. Bye-bye. We talked about the strife and the inward turmoil going on in the Liberal Party. Well, that's actually increasing. We're going to be talking about that. CBC is sort of touching on it and sort of covering it, trying to smooth it up a bit. But hey, there's some real stuff going on behind closed doors. We'll be talking on that as well as Mark Carney is getting in trouble with the private industry. Steel makers, softwood lumber are just like, Mark Carney, where are you at? We're dying over here. And man, the pressure is mounting, and we're going to get into all of it, unfortunately.
The most insulting part in all of that, the media, the propaganda tool, the brainwash machine didn't cover the liberal break, the liberal lack of cohesion, the liberal chaos. It didn't cover it as much as the conservative lack of trust or supposed lack of trust in Pierre Poilievre. They spoke about someone that crossed the floor for weeks, yet they only spoke about Guilbeault stepping down for 2 days. I can bet tomorrow they won't speak about it. They will try to pretend it's not a thing. They will try to pretend Carney is still in control. He's still in charge. He's still the adult in the room, despite losing so many members, support, and nobody from British Columbia showing up in Parliament. So this is what is going on here. The media are defending the government once again. It's disgusting. It's sickening. I want to throw up thinking my money goes into the pocket of fake news, of misinformation, of defender of the government. It's just disgusting. I hate it so much. Welcome to Canada, the land of China, or I should say the 24th province of China.
Welcome to the Elevate Podcast. I'm your host, Josh. If you get any value from today's episode, take the time to like, share, and subscribe. It helps us to grow. It helps us to get to new audiences and helps people see that there is something different than what the mainstream media has to offer. And now let's get into our first story, shall we? As I said, there is rumblings inside the Liberal caucus all around this pipeline MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. This has been a very fascinating situation, if I'm being very honest with you. As I said, from Carney, from a personal perspective, this pipeline doesn't serve him, and he'd rather this thing not go, and he'd rather give veto powers to BC and First Nation. That's what he'd prefer to do. However,
because he doesn't want to look like another Trudeau. He wants to look smarter. He wants to look like the guy in the center when he's not. I will admit, when it comes to optics, the Liberals nail it. They understand. They are good at this game. That's why Canadians need to wake up. You need to wake up, Canadian. Don't remain a sheep. Move on.
However, him even going this distance is upsetting his caucus because they think he's giving the green light to a pipeline, a dirty, dirty oil pipeline. And then you have the Conservatives on the other side of the aisle who are advocating for their constituents, saying, please build this thing now, screw the MOU, put a start date on this, and let's get it going, baby, build.
That also gives ammo to the opposition, because now the opposition can say, even the Liberals admit they did something wrong when it comes to policies. Even Mark Carney admits maybe we shouldn't be banning tanker and pipelines. So again, it's a big win. Even if it's just a piece of paper, it won't progress anything in the right direction when it comes to jobs or pipelines. But this piece of paper damages the caucus. This piece of paper damages Carney as a leader. I call him more a seal than a leader because he doesn't lead. People look at Canada, they laugh. It's so sad because I'm a proud Canadian until I realize our government is a joke. Trudeau, Carney, same crap, same red.
Build, baby, build. That is all the outside forces kind of caving in and crushing Carney right now. He's trying to make everyone happy, and in the process, he's upsetting everybody. And so with that being the case, he takes this MOU to this cabinet meeting yesterday, and it didn't necessarily, from what the reports are, it was a very tenuous meeting. It didn't go very well for Mark Carney, and this was a CBC report on that very issue.
Tomorrow, Mark Carney is expected to announce a new agreement with Alberta that includes a framework for a pipeline to BC, but the plan has put the Liberal caucus at odds. Kate McKenna shows us the work being done now.
Guilbeault left. Again, this is our brainwashed media. They're like, oh, let's wait our words so it doesn't look as bad as what is truly going on. Because if we straight up say, yeah, Guilbeault doesn't trust Carney anymore, he revolts against Carney, then the Liberals look bad. Then maybe they will lose some money because the Liberals are the reason why CBC is still alive. Utter disgust. Canada is corrupt and disgusting. Again, kick them out. They don't deserve a seat in Parliament. Carney, go back to Brookfield. Go back as a banker where you made inflation skyrocket in the UK. Go do that in the UK again if they still want you.
To get everyone on board.
The Prime Minister walking into a meeting to reassure Liberal MPs about a potential pipeline deal alongside his Environment Minister.
We're not backtracking on the environment, and we ran a campaign on...
You're not backtracking in action, but in words, you admit you were wrong. That's the truth. This is what's going on.
Getting big things done. We'll wait till see what the announcement is tomorrow.
On Thursday, Mark Carney is set to announce a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, with Alberta, set to include language about a potential pipeline through British Columbia. What are your thoughts on this MOU?
You see, if we had a Conservative right now, we wouldn't be dealing with this crap. Conservative would try their best to have something going on. Yes, like if they have a minority, like every opposition will oppose it. But then that would give them ammo to maybe secure majority and then get things done. But yeah, if we had Conservative, we wouldn't be dealing with that. Conservative would try to make us prosperous. Would this work? I don't know. It's Canada. Like, It will take years of good management to fix what was broken by the Liberals and then maybe go back to being prosperous and a good place to live in.
No, not yet. Earlier Wednesday morning, there was a special briefing for the 20 BC Liberals in the caucus.
I haven't seen the MOU.
The man behind that pitch was Mark Carney's trusted energy minister. Minister, what did you tell the caucus?
We had a really good discussion.
But behind closed doors, one source says discussions were tense and candid. Publicly, Liberals showed a united front.
If we're talking
United! Oh, united! Gaslight and lies. Is it united? It's not. You got Guilbeault leaving. They shouldn't be. It's not reporting right now. It's placing the optics so people don't lose faith in the Liberals. This is why I cannot take me.
You have one resignation. Sorry, I was okay. But you have one resignation versus
that should be the center of attention, not that piece of paper that means
the problem itself is, well, you also forget you have, I wouldn't call your mainstream media complicit. I think
it is complicit, and I will tell this.
Okay.
I will share this, Lord. Let me finish.
Yes.
In Canada, the mainstream is not there to inform; it's there to influence.
Yes,
it's sickening. Jail them for treason against the country. Really?
Their thing is, when you have a mainstream media, they're good for talking points. Now, any liberal person or any in the opposition, when you lose support amongst your base, like when a mainstream media can get away with or feel the need and there's no backlash to go after basically you, then you have screwed up. The problem is Carney basically he fails the first rule. As I said, it's perception. It's not that he's a cowardly person who doesn't like speaking. He likes speaking in, like, he could easily appear before.
Like, that's why he doesn't show up in question period?
So he won't show up, but if it's impromptu, and he doesn't have some sort of preparation or idea, he's not going to show up like that. Because optically, you have to project it to have the right power. So what you're seeing here is parts of the Liberal caucus are breaking because they're like, oh, if you do a pipeline, you're going to violate some sort of green energy deal that we could have. But that it goes against the narrative as well that, like, our Liberals here are having to, so progressives in the far left are undermining the Liberals because they're like, oh, those aren't our Liberals because they voted for an oil deal. Now, you see them getting pissed off with the mainstay in power, but then the big people go, you know, we run on coal, right? Your electric vehicles need coal power. Then they shut up for a bit. But it's kind of weird like that.
And I will say one last thing before I play. What bothers me the most, they prop up the government because it's a liberal government. And not only that, they do this, but they also shit and trash the conservative because they are the opposition, because they just want the liberals to be in power. This is what the media wants. And it's disgusting because it works. Now, I would have a very different idea. If the conservative were in power and the mainstream would be after them, I would be like, you know what? I disagree with mainstream, but I'm fine with it because at least mainstream does its job and it actually reports what's going on at the government. Right now, they just copy-paste the liberal slogan, they copy-paste the liberal platform, they copy-paste the liberal speech. They just voice what the liberal want them to say. It's the big issue. When you don't have your media holding the government accountable, why do you have media? I think media really at its core, it should criticize the government. That should be their job. If they would be there to inform people, this is what they do. But here in Canada, they are corrupt. They are ideology driven. That's why they are sickening and they don't deserve money. They don't deserve handout. They don't deserve to be subsidized. They all deserve to become independent. If they were independent, I'd be like, you know what? I don't care. I'm not paying for it. But I'm paying for this propaganda. It's disgusting. I hate
It's like
it.
here, it's like we do have public broadcasting. We do have a PBS style
But at least
thing.
you got Fox, you know, you got someone on the right, you got someone on the left, you got someone in the center. Here in Canada, all we have, regardless of where we look at, anything that's public, anything that's not independent, anything that's supported by a system around is
you
left
have a
leaning.
main. I'm assuming that CNBC or whatever you have?
CBC.
It's
far left.
It's basically a state-funded version of it.
Yeah.
Where
and even the one CTV is not entirely state-funded. Parts of it is private, but parts of it is also government-funded. But even them, they are far left. Any outlet, any journalist that's supported by a structure around them here in Canada are biased. They are far left.
Well,
and they pretend they are in the center.
They're going to have a bias, yes. A
It's
media
disgusting.
bias does occur.
If we had a right-leaning voice that's supported at the same extent as all of these leftist propaganda tools, I wouldn't be that pissed. But I'm pissed right now because all we hear in the mainstream are these leftists. It's disgusting.
And it's also, too, like, what we solely saw for us was basically CNN and them. It's like MSNBC is no longer part of ABC. They're now their own network. They've been their own network for a long time, but unofficially, basically.
Yeah.
They don't represent. So, like, when Trump came to power in his re-election, they've been just doing lies, propaganda, and slander to the point Trump's actually had many lawsuits against various outlets, including YouTube and other things. And he's won. Like, they're like 25 million here, 13 million here. But it's like, yeah, you can only repeat so much. Now, it's small victories, but we still have an overarching narrative. Like here, they could go Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad all day, but there's enough kind of a pushback or a counterforce.
Our only pushback is when you go independent. That's the only pushback.
Prosperity for the country. We all have to be united on all of these decisions.
There was a lot of information that was provided, and I think Canadians will be pleased.
Are you going to stay in caucus?
Questions, too, for former Environment Minister Stephen Guilbeault. Sources say he's been in talks with the Prime Minister's office over his concerns about the government's compromises on environmental policies. Sources say, as of now, Guilbeault plans to stay in his job.
I'm blessed to be a member of a fantastic
24 hours
caucus.
later,
The Prime Minister downplayed questions about caucus unity, saying the Alberta deal is about more than a pipeline.
It's about building this economy. It's about...
Again, it's all about optics. Look, I'm doing something. He does nothing. It's just words. The only actual thing that happened is they admit, yeah, we have bad policies. So vote for us, please.
about making Canada more independent.
That's
and
a
it's
lie.
about making
We sell
Canada
land
more sustainable.
freaking China.
Mark Carney is expected
Why?
to sign the deal.
China.
By the way, I think that's the first time Carney's been honest, because he realizes because he now realizes that
It's burning. The
he
building is
realizes
burning.
his country is burning. Nicely put. And he realizes his policies that he came in with, being an entire green energy economy, doesn't work.
But you know what? He knows it. He's smart, but he doesn't care. He's not there for the people. He's there for Brookfield.
Deal with Alberta Premier Danielle Smith on Thursday morning. Then the full details will be released. Kate McKenna, CBC News, Ottawa.
So, as we've been seeing Mark Carney been doing since he got into office, he's only been trying to make everyone feel good, trying to please everybody by not pleasing everybody, simply trying to buy himself time to get deals done that are going to benefit him, essentially, is what we are seeing currently. And right now, he's starting to tick, everybody off. He's ticking off his caucus. He's ticking off his cabinet. He's ticking off the Conservatives. He's ticking off Albertans. And he's ticking off British Columbians. He's ticking off premiers. He's getting everyone mad at him because he's trying to... he's just doing half measures. That's the problem, especially in politics today, is you just got to take a stand on something and you're going to have to defend it. That's just the reality.
He will defend his green stuff. And then people will realize he's no better than Trudeau.
No, here's the thing. He wants to be friends with everybody because his governance style is I can get everybody to get along. This doesn't kind of work. It's kind of like being a centrist in the U.S. People online go, but I'm a centrist. You're a centrist right up until that fence post you're sitting on splits you right up, goes up your ass and splits you in two. Basically, the idea is centrism and pleasing everybody doesn't work because someone's going to get bent out of shape when it comes to one policy you're going to have to pass. And the fact alone, if the environmentalist, he promised to the environmentalist, I'm never going to build a pipeline, of course that part of the world is going to get really mad because he breaks that.
And these voters, they will go back to the NDP. This is what we want.
Yes.
Let's go, NDP for Prime Minister. Anyhow, I like the turmoil in the Liberal Party. I hate the media not covering it in the honest way. It's a fracture. It's breaking apart. They are 8 months in. Everyone is pissed. Everyone is tired. Everyone starts seeing the true Carney. The guy speaks word salad. He doesn't do anything. He has all of these promises, all of these meetings. But what is done is not that much. All he wants to do is like central control of something. Carney discussing. So the next question period is amazing.
Building our great country. That's what this prime minister.
I see it as one of the best moments. I cannot wait. It will have a reference of a Dark Mirror episode about politics. Where is Waldo? For those who have seen it, they will get it. And it will be funny because we know a lot of Dark Mirror is British, UK, European, and we have Carney that idolizes, that adores Europe. So it's so clever. It's witty humor. I like it. Let's get into that question period now.
Minister is doing. He's leading. What is the leader of the opposition doing, Mr. Speaker?
What am I doing? I'm standing in the House of Commons.
Right. Where is he?
Where's Waldo, Mr. Speaker?
This guy's garage. Like and subscribe.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Who cares, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, do you want the good news? or the bad news?
Carney is not
Well,
around.
in these times, I guess we'll have to start with the good news. It's all we've got. The good news is that David Eby, the Premier of BC, has absolutely no constitutional authority to block a pipeline. The bad news is that this Prime Minister does. Under Section 9210A of the British North American Act, works between provinces are exclusively the federal government's responsibility. So will the Prime Minister stop hiding behind the powerless Premier, get out of the way, and approve a pipeline to the Pacific today?
It's too much ask for
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'd invite the member opposite to buy a ticket to Calgary tomorrow to see how a federal government works with the provincial government to build Canada strong.
To sign a paper pretending to do something.
Tomorrow, the Prime Minister will wave around in the air a worthless piece of paper that he says that the Premier of BC can veto any time he wants. Here's the political problem he has. Canadians want a pipeline. They know it's the best way to get our resources to market going around the United States of America, but his Keep It in the Ground caucus is standing in the way. Why doesn't he stand up to them and stand up for Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Maybe the member opposite should explain to his constituents why the Premier of Alberta wants to stand beside our Prime Minister and talk about how to build Canada strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister claimed that he did not have the power to approve a pipeline. Well, too bad for him. The Constitution is public. 9210A says that it is exclusively a federal responsibility. He happens to be the Prime Minister, and he asked us to pass emergency legal powers in C5 to give him the personal authority to overturn any regulation in order to get the project done. In other words, this government has the exclusive power. He has the exclusive legal authority. Will he match that authority with responsibility and approve a pipeline to the Pacific today?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what this Prime Minister is doing is leading. He's leading on building national projects. He's leading on building port capacity. He's leading on making Canadian steel, lumber, aluminum, and various commodities more available for homes, for big projects, to put...
You said question period 27 is number 7.
Yeah, but right now we are at the 5th one. 6 is missing. CPAC MPs. You had it right, like, before you changed them. Because we are at
people, unionized people, men and women from every part of this country to work building our great country. That's what this Prime Minister is doing. He's leading. What is the Leader of the Opposition doing, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
What am I doing? I'm standing in the House of Commons.
Right. Where is he?
Where's Waldo?
Where's Waldo, Mr. Speaker? He's hiding. We know he's in the House of... We know that he's in Ottawa today. We know that he's in the...
I think we're so close to the line there that we're actually stepping over it. So if the Honourable Opposition Leader would continue, but maybe in a different...
So the reference is a corrupt politician that hides. And this is what's going on here. And the parliament has some rule about being parliamentary, being respectful, and being nice to your opponents. And right now the speaker is like, yeah, you're like really on the line. You're really blurry, like on that line there. You're almost unparliamentary.
You have to be polite. I mean, I think it's okay.
He's like really on the line. He didn't break the rule, but he's like on the line.
I want you to notice he has a smirk on his face.
Because he knows he didn't cross the line.
He knows. He actually has like that smirk on his face because he knows it. I personally think it's just political theater. Like, everybody does it. He's not being demeaning to him. The funny thing is, they tried to do this to Poilievre, and it's kind of like, it's a sense of humor, so to speak. But, see, he's in on the joke, too, because that's why he has that little bit of a smirk, but he has to appear to be that. But the whole idea here is, that's not really insulting. Is it a little bit celebratorial? Maybe.
It's really on the line. Like, a bit further, it's crossed the line. But I like it. This is golden. This is legendary. Why people don't wake up and say, you know what, Pierre Poilievre is a leader. Like, the other guy is hiding while Pierre is like standing up for the people. It's what the leader do. They stand up.
See that?
A different vein.
See, Poilievre's power, what gives him the ability, that's why I said he might have an issue in governance, but he knows optics and he knows how to speak. That is his. He knows how to follow through. That is his. If publicly he knows presence, he knows how to at least capture a moment, and he might actually know how to cover stuff up. But,
Mr. Speaker, I think we're finding out that if you're not there, you don't care.
Right. And I goes back to the start.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister said, who cares that Canadian workers are losing their jobs because he broke his promise to get a deal? We care. Why doesn't he show up and prove he does too?
Invite the member opposite to buy a ticket and come to Calgary tomorrow and see who cares.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, we've gone from elbows up to who cares under this Prime Minister. Remember, he said he would negotiate a win and he would get a deal by July 21st. Well, still no win, still no deal. He's made concession after concession. He backed down on counter tariffs, on the digital services tax, on the legal action against softwood lumber, and he got nothing in return.
On that registry on Chinese spies.
Brookfield, his company, got $80 billion in contracts hand-signed by the president just 20 days after the two met. Is that what he meant when he said he would negotiate a win with Trump?
Here. Oh. The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Mr. Speaker, I know it's an inconvenient truth for the Leader of the Opposition that Canada right now, today, has the best deal of any trading partner of the United States. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It's not good enough for Canadian workers, and it's not good enough for Canadian businesses. So unlike the Leader of the Opposition, who would have signed any bad deal put in front of him, the Prime Minister didn't do that. We said we would do the work to support Canadian workers and Canadian industries. We would buy Canadian, be our own best customer, and then negotiate a good deal with the United States.
Minister says. We move on to back with Guilbeault after he left.
Cabinet. We haven't heard from many BC Liberal MPs since the MOU talk began earlier this week. Are you unified? Are there divisions within caucus?
Quite unified. There's always discussions.
You see, CPAC is the least harmful one. I think CPAC is the only one I can respect in the mainstream, because you see, that question is the kind of question you have as a journalist that really want to investigate something. So I will give credit where credit is due. CPAC is center-left, but at least they tried their best to do their job. And I feel like CBC, CTV, all of the others sold out. They should take example on CPAC. Again, I think CPAC is still left-leaning. They made it clear in many instances. I've seen many of their videos and interviews and the debates they have on their show. They are left-leaning, but they tried their best to really report well and to be actual journalists. So props for them. This is why we cover a CPAC thing, because CPAC kind of earned my respect. I don't always like what they're doing. Like at some point, we had a journalist asking a great question to the Prime Minister, and that was being filmed by CPAC, but they decided to cut the question and the response because they didn't like it. I hated that moment, but overall, in general, I do think CPAC is a bit of a standout in the mainstream. So props to them. Let's get into it.
And I certainly wish Mr. Guilbeault well. Stephen's a great guy. He's a very good colleague. And we'll continue to work together.
It's not really a good look, though. A cabinet minister resigning. I mean, different than Chrystia Freeland's resignation, but on the day the MOU is signed, you have a cabinet minister who's resigning out of principle on this. How do you explain that to voters?
That's your interpretation. I wish Stephen, like I said, nothing but the best. Thanks very much.
Thanks. So what do you think of Liberal unity right now? Stephen Guilbeault stepped down out of principle from cabinet over this MOU. Are you unified? Are there divisions?
We're absolutely unified. There's all kinds of room for different opinions in our caucus, or there always has been.
No, that's a blatant lie. We had proof in the past, especially under Trudeau, and most of the crowd right now are the same as Trudeau, where if you step out of line, Trudeau would kick you out. Straight up. You would be fired for disagreeing with him. But hey, lie and cover up. This is the ammo of the freaking Liberals here in Canada.
No, that guy is like, that guy right there. He knew the question that was asked. So he gave a stock answer that is a safe answer, even though he knows it's shit.
Yeah.
But his face is, well, shit.
Yeah.
It's that look of he gave an answer. He gave a safe answer, and he's going to walk away.
Yeah, and again, I will reiterate, I will repeat myself. I do think CPAC right now is doing their job. I wouldn't be that angry against the mainstream if the mainstream acted this way, because right now CPAC is really trying to capture what's going on. They want to capture the statements, what the Liberal Party is trying to say, and what's going on there. And they also want to highlight concerns and question. They want to understand the situation, what people truly think. This is actual good reporting. So again, CPAC, respect. If CBC was like you, I wouldn't hate CBC that much. But CBC isn't like that.
They're constructive conversations that belong inside the room, and by and large they have been. So I have absolutely no concerns about the health of the caucus in the State of Unity, none whatsoever.
It's not exactly a good look, though, having a minister resign out of principle on the day the MOU is signed.
Well, look, he's dedicated his life to climate issues, and it's completely understandable that he would stand on that principle. Does that mean that there's a cancer spreading through the caucus? Absolutely not.
What do you say to voters who might feel the same way as Stephen Guilbeault, who are not happy that some of the environmental policies of the Trudeau era are basically being dismantled by the new Prime Minister?
Give it time. What the MOU does not mean that there will necessarily be a pipeline. There is a pathway to a pipeline that involves all the checks and balances that will keep those voters happy.
Mr. D'Souza, what do you think of Guilbeault's departure?
Let me unpack a little bit, if I may.
Sure.
Steve Guilbeault's a great guy. I have a lot of time and respect for him. I appreciate all the work he's done over the number of years. You know, as Chair of Defense, I really care about critical minerals, and I care about the opportunity to enable Canada to compete, succeed, and protect our sovereignty.
He's in the wrong party.
As former Finance Minister, I'm also very concerned about our economic sovereignty and ensuring that we maximize our potential right across Canada.
That guy just demolished his own party by accident because he stand by that, but yet he's with the Liberal. So I wouldn't be surprised if that person considered floor crossing but got rejected. because that person seemed more honest than the other in the crowd. I think that one is more of a liberal centrist. We need more like him.
And that's important. I think critically important out of all of that is our future when it comes to the environment and being good stewards and being at the lead when it comes to how Canada's respected around the world for taking some of that leadership.
But why is he in the Liberal Party? I look at the guy. I don't hear a liberal right now.
You don't know what his other positions are. The funny thing
I
is,
missed something. What did it say when I was away?
No. You don't know what his other positions are. He's clearly with the Liberals for a reason. The thing is, he's just what you would call a moderate or a classical liberal. Like, he wouldn't be
the far left.
The issue is the activist left or the activist liberal is usually very deranged. They hold the rest of their party like hostage or accountable for any choices they like. The guy who resigned, right? You said he was an environmental nut before he resigned the one.
Yeah,
but
like, so what's going on? The nutcase. He was a colonel. He was in jail for his activism, and when he joined Trudeau government, he was the environment minister. He screwed up really badly, and now he is a cultural minister, and now he steps down as the cultural minister. So, but that's funny because he was the cultural minister, and despite that, he was nosing around the goddamn environment case. That wasn't his job, but he still did it because that got the best out of him. I don't know. Good riddance, to be honest. I cannot wait for him to get his pension.
That's the guy that I was gonna say resigned. Guilbeault.
Guilbeault.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not French.
There's a lot of green initiatives that we still need to do. And the question is, can we do all three? I believe we can, and I believe that the concerns that this government, under Mark Carney, who himself is a champion of the environment and the economy, and I think we're trying to maximize that
he
potential.
enrolls inflation in the UK before doing the same here in
Guilbeault
Canada.
is very conscientious, very caring, and a great leader in his own right, and the things that he's done over many years.
That's being nice. I don't think Carney is a great leader.
He's just being nice and polite.
Yeah.
That's the trick about it. This guy is trying not to create a stink. He's actually just trying to
survive.
he wants to survive, but he also is like, I gotta be pragmatic and hopefully not say too much.
You see, to be honest, I thought once Carney was done, the party was done. Because I don't feel like there's common sense anymore in that party. But I see this guy, I feel like he's the last grasp of common sense in that party.
He's like
the one firefighter that tries to extinguish the fire of the building. I like that. Yeah, for real.
He's trying to be fair. Now, I bet so.
It's the only MP I respect right now. The only one.
You gotta understand, he's just trying. You gotta understand, he's trying to be pragmatic here. So
that guy earned my respect for real. So that liberal, props on him. I like it.
So I appreciate his stance. But I also think we have to consider what the Indigenous people want. They need to also maximize their potential. And there's a tremendous amount of work to be done alongside them, alongside our provincial jurisdictions, to enable all of us to do better. And I believe that's what we're going to do.
Are there divisions in caucus, though? I mean, you have a cabinet minister resigning on the day of this MOU. We've barely seen any BC Liberal MPs coming before the cameras over the last few days.
Caucus, the Liberal caucus is one that I greatly admire and respect. It crosses a lot of different cultures, a lot of different ideology, a lot of different concerns, but always cooperating for the interests of the common good. And I believe...
Okay, I think he truly believes that. He's a believer. But I think the facts speaks for themselves. We had 15 scandals over the last 10 years. We had left and right minister failing at their job and still getting other minister job under other administration. So the Liberal has been proven to not be effective, to not be competent, and most of them are liar. They defend their agenda. They are partisan. They don't do what's best for Canada. They didn't show me that. They didn't prove me that. What they proved me is everyone is there for their own political agenda. They are not there to serve Canada. They want Canada to serve them. This is exactly how I feel that the Liberals are seeing Canada. Instead of serving Canada, Canada must serve them. And it's the wrong way in a democracy. That shouldn't be like that. And maybe that's why they are so cozy with the Chinese on the other side of the world.
They're more comfortable because the Chinese are, they do know how to. See, Chinese will be, quote unquote, pragmatic when they need to be.
Yeah.
But the idea is at the end of the day, they are going to be very much for them. And by the way, Steve Guy was charged with climbing the world's so we climbed the CN Tower to basically hang a banner, him and another guy, and basically for protest Canada and Bush climate killers in 97. That was in 2001, after climbing 340 meters up the CN Tower and hung a banner reading Canada and Bush climate killers. This is done in response to not ratifying the Kyoto Accords in 97. And that's what he was. And he got charged with mischief, basically. And there's a part where
when you got a criminal record for that, and I'm sorry.
That's what he got charged with and arrested for. And the photo is just, it's kind of, it's definitely, if that's what you got your activist cred for, I kind of would just act, because I mean, it's a hell of a thing, but I guess you go from the Manson look would not exact. He cleaned himself up very well over the years because
I'm dying.
He cleaned himself up. And
champion of the world in climbing with the flag for the climate.
Well,
okay, I think we can.
I have to just.
I like it. Thank you for bringing this up.
Because I was like, what was he arrested for? Oh, he basically, and I guess if the story is, and I mean, the guy goes, as I said, the guy goes from being kind of a that muffin top look to being, as I said, he goes from there to there.
And there we go.
In the discussions that I've been having with them and alongside my colleagues, we're standing united. Mr. Guilbeault is not leaving caucus. He's just finding it difficult for himself. But I believe as time proceeds, we'll come to appreciate and recognize that any agreements between Alberta and BC and the Indigenous people, that has to be worked out too. So we'll see what happens next. But I believe caucus is supportive of doing what's in the best interests of Canadians.
How confident are you can strike a deal with BC? I mean, the coastal First Nations are pretty clear this will never happen on their watch, and the BC Premier has expressed many opposition points to this project in the lead up to the MOU. So is a deal even possible with those two sides?
Great question. If we had more of that from the mainstream, I take the mainstream more seriously. Again, CPAC, you are the last standing. Even if I don't necessarily agree with your politics, I think you try your best, to be honest. CPAC, props. And the worst part, the saddest part, they don't get anywhere near as much funding as the CBC propaganda tool. And my best guess is because CPAC tries to do actual journalism.
No, your CPAC.
That's why they're not paid as much.
Like the people who cover, it's like C-SPAN for us. C-SPAN tries to be nonpartisan, but they got partisan actors.
Yeah.
Inside, but a lot of their reporters are asking basic questions that make sense. It's a
that's what's going on right now. Again, CPAC is the only media that's not really independent that I respect, because they are not independent. They are part of the broadcasting, the broader broadcasting, and they are funded mostly by taxpayer. That's why they are not independent. They are mainstream if you are on YouTube. But again, I think CPAC, I respect these a lot more than the rest of the clowns we get in the circus of Carney.
And that is what makes Canada unique, right? That's what makes Canada
so that guy's
a country
based.
of individuals.
Why is he not in charge,
and,
man?
As part of a federation to work and collaborate.
I don't think I would.
I did a number of nation building exercises in the past when I was Minister of Finance, trying to do a national cooperative regulatory system. I tried hard to enhance our CPP. These things were able to be had when you have those discussions. So those discussions have to be had. Thank you.
I think it's too sensible. It's too sensible. It's too common sense, and they're like, maybe we'll lose our voter base. That's like Greek zealot and all of that jam, and that's why we don't get that guy in charge. Maybe it's too common sense. Maybe he's too conservative. If they say that.
No, he's a little too. He's
too moderate.
As I said, he's more seasoned. He knows how to speak. Like, he knows damn well, like, it's a long answer. Yeah, maybe someone could pick apart. Like, but in a statement, when a reporter gives you something, it's like, he's not saying that there's not an issue. Because if you walk away like the other guy walked away and goes, we're fine. There's no room. The rooms are not on fire. This guy's like, well, something did happen. He is principled. He did resign the cabinet. It's
folks.
It's regrettable, but
folks, we have found the only honest liberal in the current parliament.
There are honest ones. There are honest.
We found the only honest liberal in parliament.
They can exist, but he gives the answer. He goes, "I've tried," and he's doing it without calling it out the wacky and extreme. He's not doing the whole walk away. There's nothing wrong.
That guy earned my respect for real. I actually respect a liberal MP now.
There was an often critique that you couldn't speak freely in caucus. Perhaps different viewpoints were respected. Do you feel that under this leadership, there's a different
look at his face. He's like, I agree, but I cannot really tell you what's going on with that. But
you see the line that goes up the side of his mouth, the eye that looks down.
He's right, but I won't admit it. I cannot admit it.
No. You see you see how he looks down, and then you see the teeth clenching and the little line that goes off to the side of his mouth. That's uncertainty. Now he's not going to be able to keep the mask up. He's making it's
he
not
just died inside. He's like, why
It's-
me? What did you make me?
It's a thing of the other part where he looked uncertain. If you think he looked uncertain before, like his body language is, he goes, oh shit.
For real, this is like,
the body.
This, I'm speechless. This guy is something we truly need in the Liberal Party. Like, for real.
The thing is, this is why I said the body language. I know the kind of the body language he wants to project, but it's also like I also know the side, and I know the voice turn that's going to come out of him.
He just died inside with that question.
It's like,
members disagree.
Absolutely not. I'm actually, as I was saying, the discussions that we're having are cordial,
that's
are
the
respectful.
first lie he told.
They're very open. And
I told you he's probably going to
and we
lie
welcome
afterwards.
that. And our colleagues welcome
Goes
that.
back to normal.
And Prime Minister Carney and Prime Minister Trudeau, both of them
That was so beautiful
encourage
to be
those open
true, a
discussions,
honest
and
liberal.
those will continue. And it's important.
Now
Healthy
he
debate
lied.
is critical for us to succeed and do the right thing. And I think that's what's going to happen here. Take care, everyone.
Stephen Guilbeault leaving cabinet. What does that mean for Liberals?
Well,
Okay, so she is NDP, and they're asking her because they want to scoop, are we getting floor crosser from Liberal to NDP? Because when they tried to approach the Conservative rejected them. They told, no, we don't take cross floor people. We don't get floor crossers. So now they are going at the NDP MP, and because she's from British Columbia, I think, I might be wrong on that, but I do think she's from British Columbia. So they will try to take that angle to like understand, are we getting a Liberal crossing to the NDP?
First off, I want to acknowledge the courage that Stephen Guilbeault has in taking that stand. I know that I could only imagine how difficult it was for him to see the MOU, given his background and his history. Sorry, I'm just catching my breath walking up the stairs there. With respect to other Liberal members, I think that many of them are deeply concerned with the change of direction that this government has taken. Lifting the tanker ban has grave implications for especially those of us from British Columbia and the coastal communities. But it has implications really for the rest of the country. It appears that the Prime Minister is prioritizing oil and gas over all other industries and over the relationship that has been built with First Nations.
But again, because it's Mark Carney, it's all word promise, but it's all empty because he won't go through with any of it.
This is also the woman
remember
who defends the native
Canada has
people all the time,
obligation
crying
to
how
the First
they
Nations
take
with
advantage
respect to
of
free, prior, informed consent,
them.
and that must hold. It's curious to me how it is that he could sign the MOU without the First Nations at the table and without British Columbia at the table. And in that MOU, they're completely silent on free, prior, informed consent and support from British Columbia. Why? So the Liberal MPs who are watching this unfold, they must be asking themselves, how could this be the path for the future? How could it be that they would jeopardize tourism, marine life, the aquaculture industry that is there, and many of the aspects that flow from the beautiful British Columbia coast, and put all of that at risk?
So the Liberals that we've been talking to have all been saying that they're all united right now. There's no problems in the caucus, no dissents.
Well, that's what they were saying yesterday, and then by the end of the day, Stephen Guilbeault has left cabinet.
Actual reporting. I like it. This is to inform people with the right question, with the right answer to the right person. Now, I know she's NDP, but she's in the House. She hears murmurs. She hears whispers. She probably knows or maybe she befriended some of the liberals because they don't really hate each other. They align. Like I'd see some sense with a conservative hating a liberal or a NDP, but like NDP and liberals are tight. They are that close. So
No, NDP is basically. So she's like asking AOC. It's like asking if you ever will catch AOC. She has a couple of honest, but she also does the long-winded word salad.
Yeah.
She goes mush mouth a little bit because this is the same person during the question period. Like, the liberals don't do anything for the native population. Like, there's the times when I've asked you, and after she spoke, I go, how much of the native, like, but she knows, like, she's probably broken with them. But there isn't that, I would say, the point of contention between NDP and liberals is pretty minor. They have principles, but she also knows she needs to be flexible. Because when a lot of that stuff that comes out, like if you're not picking it up, she does resent Carney and other liberals a little bit because you hear it in her tone if you listen to it.
Yeah.
And it's going to come down to positions because she's saying, yeah, that's why she perked up. If you listen to the way she's phrasing, when the person quit.
I know that they have their talking points and they're going to keep on using those talking points, but the reality is liberal MPs who gives a wit about the environment, who gives a wit about free, prior, informed consent and respecting First Nations, who gives a wit
that's why I
about
said
the
she
coastal
likes that
communities,
First Nation
who gives a wit
stuff.
about British Columbia, will have these sentiments. They might be keeping it to themselves at the moment, but time will tell whether or not they will speak out against it and take action. We all get elected to come to this place, to stand on something, and whether or not this is a breaking point for them, time will tell. And for Stephen Guilbeault, he's made a conscious decision, given his history, given his background, and given his previous work, he's taking a stand with the environment and First Nations.
Are you speaking with BC Liberal MPs? Are you speaking with your Liberal counterparts from BC?
I've spoke with a few, and I can see for them the uneasiness that they feel, and this is prior to the MOU being released. And yesterday, magically, or maybe not so much, a great number of them were not in the House. I was looking for them, and a great number of them were not in the House.
See, now that's where she breaks the narrative. They weren't there.
Well, with people crossing the floor, the NDP has a clear procedure for it, and that is people would need to resign their seat or sit as an independent and run in the next election, seek the nomination as an NDP candidate, and go through that process. But really, this is a question of conscience for them, and for them to decide whether or not they can sit in the Liberal benches and see Carney take this direction that would actually dismantle so many aspects of the relationship that's been built and put in jeopardy the future of our environment, and I would say Mother Earth.
I like that response about floor crossers. If every party were like that, that'd be great. But no, we got the Liberals that are happy to steal away seats. This is the states of Canada right now.
I mean, she's principled. I'll give her that.
I respect the NDP. Like, to be honest, the more I see them learning from their fall, the more I respect them. I don't align with them, but I will say the NDP got my respect now. I respect them a lot more than the Liberals.
Now, she is, as I said, the insufferable bent every single time. You're abusing the Liberals, and the Conservatives abuse the First Peoples. I'm pretty sure the natives up there are not as they got kind of a raw deal at some point. But to be honest, she's on the floor crossing thing. She's honest. But she's also hinting at liberal people will probably either break or that. But it doesn't mean that they'll go to the NDP.
They don't really have an option. What's left is the Green or the Conservative, but again, the Conservative rejected them.
Well,
and the Greens, maybe Elizabeth May will be like, I will get you because I won't be a one-woman party.
So here's the thing. Let's assume
they will join the bloc.
let's assume hypothetically they're not going to join. Liberals aren't going to join bloc. Now.
They'll form their own party, BC Coast.
No, I don't think they would form their own because that would be way too. You're already going to be running a big ballot. Let's assume there are liberals and then they go to the leadership. So in the U.S., let's assume everyone knows the RNC and the DNC has an advisor even down in the local level to the local Senate races or whatever races and they'll answer if it's a big enough city, they'll go up. So occasionally in the DNC, and this is going to be the key for the midterms, and this has kind of been that.
Oral questions, question.
No, I was going to say, but there's this period of will the Liberals give their members, when they run again, let's assume there's an election, and they know there's going to be a reckoning against Liberals, will they give the MPs or PMs, whatever you call them, the abilities to speak their minds publicly when they're coming up for election? Yeah. If not, that means that person's going to be either primaried or forced to step down in the election.
They will find someone else.
They'll find somebody else to take the place.
Let's get into November 27th. 2025 question period. Now, I will be honest, that one, I didn't see it. Usually, I always watch from start to finish question period. This one, I actually missed out on that one, so let's get into it.
Also have the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
In what year will construction begin on a new pipeline to the Pacific?
Honorable Governor Housey.
In what year? Because, of course, it's not this year.
The world is changing rapidly. The United States, the world's largest economy, is fundamentally reshaping all of its trade relationships, causing major disruption and upheaval for Canadians. Right. It's time to transform our economy from one that is reliant on a single trading partner to one that is stronger, more self-sufficient, and resilient to global shocks. To these ends, Canada and Alberta share the same ambitions. Diversify our export markets, make Canada an energy superpower, and build a stronger, cleaner, more independent, more competitive economy.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
All right, he can't tell us the year.
You can't tell us the year
in which construction will begin.
Why is it pausing like that?
Can you tell us in what decade will construction begin on a new pipeline to the Pacific?
What decade now? Why is it pausing like that?
The Honorable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, today's...
Oh, I didn't realize I had myself muted. I was going to say that Liberal guy gave an honest answer that Alberta and BC both.
Yeah.
Really
that gave the...
Because...
If you go back, he gave a good answer that he realized it's an honest answer, that he needs to have energy independence because that's what the U.S. has been trying to do, resource independence.
And they campaign on that. That's the worst with the Liberals. They campaign on everything.
They campaigned on that, but they're not following through. And that is one guy, and he's actually admitting it out loud. And that's all I was going to, because I realized I'm muted, I was speaking without it. Because that is an honest thing. Now, he can't tell you when that pipeline's going to be started, but that is an honest thing. He goes, with a global economy, Canada needs to stand on its own and make its own energy. And I'm thinking to myself, that is a very smart answer, and you are on the right thing. But will you get that pipeline started?
We are taking important steps forward on cooperative
And
federalism.
we can see another a very important thing. Carney, nowhere to be seen.
Our climate objectives.
He doesn't
We are
care.
not working with all of the provinces and territories. Today, Alberta has committed to work with us on clean electricity regulations.
But at the
They've
cost of
committed in
your-
this agreement to work towards a
of a
stronger
person.
industrial carbon price. They have committed to work with us on methane regulations. Those are important steps forward for Canada to move towards its climate objectives, and we will keep doing that work.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So they don't know the year that construction will begin. They don't know the decade that construction will begin. And the Environment Minister couldn't even bring herself to utter the word pipeline.
And it's funny because Carney, during the campaign, he kept saying, we will move at a speed never seen before. And Pierre Poilievre is like, you know what? What decade? I'm dying.
So the
inside.
idea, let's assume he wins. Let's assume he campaigns on it. Now, I have said it's going to take about 2 to 3 years. Hypothetically, let's assume
if we get a majority, because if it's a minority, they will need to do
actually
concession.
work on a pipeline plan legitly, because conservatives are going to have to work with liberals and everybody else, even if they get it. Now, the funny thing is, they're going to have to, and he actually cements a date. Now, it would probably be a year. It's going to take a while to get those permits through the court, because I guarantee as soon as a quote-unquote plan is done, I guarantee there's going to be some environmental nut, because if it's anything like the U.S., if not worse, we're going to have to do land surveys. Oh, we're going to have to plan this out. Oh, we found this rare plant that could go extinct or be
If
trampled.
it's the conservative, they will bulldozer that area. I'm telling you.
They'll
if it's the conservative, but if it's the liberals, you're right.
No. What they'll do is they'll go through a court challenge, and then they'll have to take it to a court to basically, they'll do the court thing, because I'm pretty sure to get a proper permit to build a pipeline, you're going to need to do land surveys. You're going to need to come up and do the routing. And if the routing has, quote unquote, oh, there's a little lizard there that could be killed, I need to hold this up. We got to look over this. Give or take about a year or two, you'll get the foundation of that pipeline. Mark my words, that's the
Answer to
procedure.
question.
That will happen.
What today's deal allows a proposal for a pipeline to go to an office in 7 months, which will then be studied for 2 years, after which the Prime Minister will give a pipeline veto to the BC NDP Premier, who's already said he's against. Isn't this pipeline going to be built in the year?
Here you go. It's going to get vetoed.
It's
the year never.
It's the year never.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, this is a big, large, great, grand day for Canada. Our government has reached an important MOU with Danielle Smith, the Premier, and the province of Alberta that creates an energy transition in all aspects of energy.
Right now.
It sets the stage for an industrial transformation.
He's being
It will
honest,
make
but
Canada
not the way to
stronger,
get there.
more
He
independent,
knows the way to get
more
there
resilient,
will be
and more
require
sustainable,
pulling
and it
teeth.
will include the
Very
largest
bad.
carbon capture project in the world. It will set the stage for an industrial.
I clicked by
It will
accident.
mean all of Alberta's energy resources are among the lowest energy intensive in the world.
The honorable leader of the opposition.
Let's see the ending. Are we getting an NDP one-liner that can make me laugh? That can make us laugh.
The problem is he's
This is
trying
an
to be
important day
honest.
in the future of this legislation. The
That's
Justice
the guy
Committee-
I was telling you about. I don't know who he is.
Oh, that guy. I cannot stand him. He is the justice minister.
Douchebag ever.
He is the worst douchebag. He's a former mayor of Vancouver, and the price of the market skyrocket because of him. And now he's also
debating my
minister.
bill to stop leniency for non-citizens convicted of serious crimes said this: if someone is going out there and
Okay. I must talk about it. So we are so stupid here in Canada with our broken immigration system that we have criminals that are not citizen yet. So basically, if someone temporarily, or like you're not a citizen or you're a resident or something, you end up making a crime, you will have a lighter sentence to make sure we don't deport you. That's real. Dragon, any reaction, fellow American?
Do you mean the other? You mean I'm not shocked? Like that's the kind of the reverse where
We don't want to deport you, therefore you can stay.
No, that's a
despite doing
UK
crimes.
thing. The thing that happens here is they'll arrest the person and they'll be in jail. You might have an ICE hold or something on them. ICE chooses not to take action and then deport them. So maybe, and they'll just be here under whatever charge. It happens here in Texas.
We had a PDF file recently. He was from one of these countries that thinks it's normal to sleep with a teenager, and that individual was like 35, 40. I can't remember exactly the age. And he was just let loose.
He's not a brown. I guarantee he's not either an Indian, Pakistani, or brown person.
It's utter disgust.
I'm gonna
we
be
have
very
that
honest.
roaming around.
You would be.
They don't integrate if they still think that way. It's
no, they don't
disgusting.
integrate. No, it's like the UK. What's worse, running a ring of that, or talking bad on Facebook? I wonder what.
Talking bad on Facebook when you're China.
And then in the UK, they put a woman through the ringer of that, and there was an entire guy who got caught, like an Indian guy. It was either Indian or Pakistani, one of the two. He basically got caught, and they gave him a light sentence versus the woman who was talking bad on Facebook. And it's like, you're not even a citizen, and you're running a ring for an abuse ring of SA group, and you get to get off? And they best swept it under the rug, like, oh.
And another really frustrating, sad, and hilarious thing that shows Canada Circus. We had a guy, he was driving a truck, and he ended 3 lives, and he did a hit and run. He left the country, and then he came back. And everything was cool. He didn't do jail time. He was in house
He
arrest.
just fled, and did he come? Again, you guys
House
left.
arrest after
No,
ending
you
3
guys
lives,
left, you guys
fleeing
left.
and coming back.
Oh, by the way, you left. You were the ones that you told the story of. They were telling the story of only openly. It was like a Hamas guy talking about he could just get. There was like the terrorist guy who wanted sanctuary underneath something where you were, and he just everywhere else in the world they have to come in under asylum. Canada, he just walked up probably to the office and said, I'm such and such person. give me asylum. And then when they found out who he was, they just were like whistling and walking past, like, huh. Then he goes, well, I could go mask off. I'm looking for asylum in Canada.
By the way, the picture of the last one you added, I don't know if it fits well with question period, because I think you have a duplicate of the big one.
Is it the big one?
The debate. I think you have a duplicate because I see the same kind of picture.
The 28th.
Raping and another individual.
28.
Do you really
well,
believe that they are going to get
we need
something
28
from a judge?
but
Well,
it's
the very next
the
day,
same
there was a
picture.
report
I
of a
think.
non-citizen in Gary being convicted
I
of
think so,
raping
but
a
look,
13-year-old
it
little
is the
girl
28th.
and impregnating her twice. And the rapist had been given an adjournment to see what impact his guilty plea would have on what? His immigration status. Will the Liberals admit
Welcome
that they
to
were
Canada,
wrong?
folks. You voted for that.
Impregnated her twice.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker,
And
there
we
are
got
provisions
we
in
got
place
Robbie.
if,
Where is she from? Pakistan, India, and she will defend that guy.
a non-citizen commits a crime and serves a sentence, they are removed from Canada, Mr. Speaker.
No,
CPAC
that's
works on
lie.
these
That's a
cases
gaslight.
prioritize criminal
That's
cases.
probably a
In fact,
lie.
when making
It's not
removals.
probably. It
Thank
is
you.
a lie.
Honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is trying to revive a failed bitumen pipeline from Alberta through BC that went nowhere under Stephen Harper's Conservatives and still has no First Nations consent. Talks about ending the oil tanker ban to enable this scheme in an MOU without BC at the table and without coastal First Nations involvement is harming a critical relationship and getting things done. Does this Prime Minister
Not
actually
only the
realize that pushing a project the coast has already fully rejected is breaking trust with coastal First Nations?
The Honourable Minister
First
of the Environment
people
and Climate
are
Change.
not. Let me say this. If I have a hideout, quote unquote, Native Americans or First People aren't going to approve a pipeline or drilling on their land at all. I could guarantee you, if that was the basis of an approval for a project, you're fucked. Because I could get, if they're anything like our natives, our Native Americans are pretty bitter people.
Well,
Because
ours as well.
ours are probably
Because of the treatment we've been given.
like
them.
in Oklahoma. Oklahoma doesn't allow gambling. Do you know where the casinos are? In some of
In
the
their
biggest
reserves.
casinos on the reservation land. Literally on reservation land.
No.
They well, contrary to gambling.
I thought Canada was a circus. Then I hear
like
about
down
that.
there, the Native Americans in Oklahoma legally put some of the casinos right on their land, just and have it protected and profit the fuck off of it, because the normal government, because Oklahoma is pretty red, will not allow gambling. And the thing is, the funny part is, those will be the first people to talk about exploitation. But they stick a casino that rips off white people and creates addiction.
Hell yeah, the way to do it. The way to do it.
Speaker, the Prime Minister said it in this House, and I will repeat it because I think it's very important to hear it again. We need to ensure the agreement of British Columbia and of First Nations. That is an important part of how we work forward on building a strong Canada, and I hope that if by repeating it, everyone can make sure that those words are heard.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
At no time during the campaign did the Prime Minister say the tanker ban will be lifted or changed. BC Coastal First Nations is saying loud and clear that the tanker ban is not up for negotiation, and no MOU will change that. The secret deal signed behind closed doors without BC and First Nations at the table is a betrayal.
That's
Enbridge 2.0
respectable
will not
opinion.
proceed without
Yeah,
First
I give them
Nations
this.
free, prior, informed
You
consent, and BC will not stand for it. Will the Prime Minister acknowledge that this is the pipeline for nowhere,
but the courts, and stop wasting everyone's time with this political posturing.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I believe this is the last question, you can see the span of views in this chamber. It's interesting to me that it is a Liberal government and the Liberal Party that finds the cooperative, consensual way forward. Of course, in response to the member, we will work with and have a duty to consult First Nations. Of course, we will work with and have a duty to work with the province of British Columbia, as we do indeed with the province of Alberta. This is a visionary agreement today, a memorandum of understanding that sets a course for the future of West.
Okay, well, this is a very fun time, and now I will say this. The next thing is the NDP leadership race. So how does it work? Well, in the last few elections, for at least, I'd say, 10 years, the NDP was in decline, losing seats, having not so great leadership. Tom Muckler was a downgrade from Jack Layton. He wasn't as bad as Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet Singh took the party that was okay. It did 10% of the vote, around 10% of the vote, maybe 12, and he brought it to 6% in a span of 10 years. What's a decrease? So what happened? Well, Jagmeet Singh wanted to retire and get his pension, and in the wake, he destroyed his own party, the NDP. And now what's going on with the NDP? They are in the search of a new leader that will build the party back up. Hopefully, they will get back the official status, official party status. And now, what is it? Well, official party status is when you got 12 or more seats in parliament. That means you have elected 12 or more members of parliament. The moment you get that, you access to more money. So you are better off increasing these funds. The more members you get in your party, the more money you get. And the more members you get, the more chance you get into forming government. So the idea here right now is they have these candidates that try to take on the leadership of the NDP. And the moment they get that leader, they will try to find a way to push for a new election. Because it's a minority government right now, it will work in their favor. Because once they find strong leadership, they can earn back seats. Their point right now is more than just survival, it's rebuilding. And they need a leader for that. Now, how the leadership race happens, it's like a campaign, but within the party. So we have members that try to fight it off. We have debates. We have a debate half in French, half in English, but there's a translator, so don't you worry about it. The other factor is, well, there's another debate that's mostly in English in March. So, no, that's February. Sorry about that. So February, there's the second debate. And what happened? Well, in March, the members of the NDP, the people that registered as members, can actually vote for who they prefer as their leader. And as of right now, we have candidates that we will get into with that debate. They will present themselves. I will give my thought on them once we cover the debate, because I've seen the entire debate. We won't cover the entire debate because it's an hour long and we still have another question period to cover. So we will mostly cover the start of the debate and the ending of the debate, because I think this is what matters the most. And I think that debate is very interesting, and you will see one familiar face among the candidate for that leadership race. And I can't wait to get into it. So let's get into it.
Keep his own caucus together.
So I'm not okay. There we go.
Oh yeah.
So
that's basically it. If
this
anything needs
is
adjusting,
where the debate
I'll
will
do
take
so
place.
as it goes, but we'll see what happens. And the front runner is going to be Heather McPherson, and I think
if Bosch's brother was
if she can demonstrate some charisma and she can demonstrate an ability to galvanize the NDP base, then it's going to be her. She has the immediate.
Right now, he's talking about Heather, one of the girls in Parliament right now. We have seen her many times, and he refers to her because she is one of the candidates right now. Heather.
Advantage because she's the only one with a seat. So she's the only one that can stand up in government to speak on behalf of the NDP party. If one of these other people wins, it's going to be kind of crazy. There's no way one of the other caucus is going to step down for a by-election because there's no guarantee that they're going to win. So this is going to be basically an orphan of an NDP leader. Now, on the other side, you could also say, well, if one of the other people wins and they don't have a seat, that should increase the possibility of an election all the more sooner, right? Because they want to get into Parliament. So there's some pros and cons to this. But I'm going to have to say Heather McPherson. So, like for those that don't know, so the candidates are Heather McPherson, Avi Lewis. He's probably the more famous one. So he's an activist. He's a filmmaker. He leans into the left, like he jumps into the left pool, feet first. So that's who he is.
Activist,
Ron Ashton,
and an actor.
Tony McQuail.
The way to do it.
Tony McQuail, he's a farmer.
So even before that debate, I knew about Heather, I knew about Bald Guy, and I knew about Lewis. I knew about these three. I didn't know about the woman. There's another woman outside of Heather. Spoiler! She is terrible, awful. She represents very well the very far left that I cannot stand. And she has no chance whatsoever. And we got a old guy that has charisma that I didn't see prior. He's kind of cool. He sounds like my grandpa, but more healthy, I guess. And that's a bit sad, but cool Jack. But yeah, let's hear what he has to say. But again, I heard about 3 of the 5 candidates we will see in this debate. Let's do this.
He's president of a union, and sorry, that's Ron Ashton. But
and by the way, there's another very important thing to say right now. The reason why there's a debate in French right now, it's because they know, the NDP knows, if they want to ever form government eventually, they will need a French-speaking leader. Why? There are 78 seats of parliament in Quebec, and your chance of having any of these seats is heavily reduced if your leader of your party doesn't speak French. It's one of the biggest issue. That's why, as of right now, the Conservative, the best pick they have is Pierre Poilievre, the guy we have right now, because he's the one that's the most fluent in French. Like, there's also Andrew Scheer, but he had a shot in 2019. He failed, and I don't know if they would give him a shot. I know I would give him a shot because I really enjoy Andrew Scheer, but I don't know. If you miss once, are you really given a second chance? And Pierre Poilievre, yes, because he did a lot of gain. But when you look at the Conservative caucus, the biggest issue among them, and I will be blunt and honest here, not enough of them speak French. And those who do speak French, I don't think they are interested into running for leader. That's the unfortunate part. And that's why the Conservatives struggle so much with Quebec. That's why usually they secure between 12 and 15 seats. 15 when they really, really do very well in Quebec, they will do 15 seats. But the usual number they get is 10 to 11. So NDP in Quebec, they are not performing very well. I think their average is between 1 and 5 seats. It's even worse than the Conservative. And the reason is Bloc eats away a lot of potential NDP, and Liberals are quite popular in Quebec. When we had a very strong NDP in 2011, we had a lot of new NDP in Quebec, and that's why they were able to form official opposition. But here's the catch. They didn't hold on to that very strong opposition, because 2015 they collapsed. They went from like 100 seats to like, I think that was 60 or 50. I can't remember. I will actually look into it, but they really dipped. So they were not able to secure the seats they earned in Quebec the same way other parties did. And my guess is they just don't have as much money, and their candidate might not be as good as the Conservative or the Liberal one. So that's why we have a French debate right now, because if they want a strong leader, that strong leader needs to speak French to gain more of the seats. Because as of right now, NDP right now in the current parliament, they have a one NDP seat in Quebec, and he's called Alexandre Boulris, and I think I don't align with him, but I think he's very base, he's very cool, but I don't think he would be ever interested to be the leader of the party, and that's a bit unfortunate, because I think he would have a fair chance, to be honest, because he's very well respected in his writing in Quebec. But yeah, that's why we have a French debate. But again, we will have a translator the same way Question Period has one. So let's get into it.
Tony McQuail, he's kind of like a grassroots guy, pardon the pun, but he is. But they all seem to think that grassroots is necessary. Abby Lewis seems to think that there's a multi-stage approach to building back the NDP party, whereas the other three seem to understand, and I think it's the correct understanding that, listen, we lost a lot, so where do we need to start? We need to start at the base, at the grassroots level, and build back up. And I think they should take some pages out of the Conservative playbook in the last election, because that's what the Conservatives did. They really leaned into the grassroots movement, and that's what happened. So whoever can show that A, they get it, B, they lean into the left-wing issues that the NDP is known for, and C, how they can distinguish themselves positively from the Liberals and show that they're trying to get back to the NDP identity. I think that's going to be the key for who's going to secure the most win here. But Heather, by default, has a massive advantage because she already has a seat in Parliament. Lee Busby for 279. An MOU is an agreement with adding red tape. Yeah, basically. So, and Lee Busby for another 279. I'm so happy, my least favorite Liberal left. There you go. And Anubis Hades, don't say the middle name, Ryan. I got you. I'm on the subbed account. Hope you get the picture I sent to Northern Perspective. Question 2000 conflict.
So I will get back to what I was saying a few minutes ago about the NDP. So from 2008 to 2011, that was the height of the NDP party, and they had 103 seats, and they had the upswing of 67. So they got historic gains that year, and this was because of Jack Layton. The late Jack Layton was the best NDP leader they had. He did massive gains. Again, that was from 2008 to 2011. He was in charge of the NDP, and right after him, we had Tom Muckler from 2011 to 2015, and we can already see a shift, because they went from 103 seats to 95 seats. So they lost seats, and it was only the start of the downfall, because from 2015 to 2019, it was even worse. The Bloc Québécois actually surpassed them in terms of seats. The NDP went from 95 seats to 24. 39, sorry, 39. So they went from 95 to 39. That's still a big loss. And then it was only on the decline. So the NDP really messed up really hard. But let's play more of that
for Carney. I don't know if there's 2,000 conflicts for Carney, but there's certainly a lot. And he's going to hear about this more and more and more and more as Parliament continues. And Tech Peasant 404 for $5 identity, or this identity politics.
I cannot wait for the debate to start.
Approach
I thought that was closer to the mark where I left it at.
People deal. They weren't consulted. It's a decent video. It might have been last week. Oh, back to membership. Thank you very, very much for that.
There we go.
And
we see the guy for the
Sean's
debate.
Ghost was the lucky recipient of that. So make sure you thank him for that. Oh, here we go, folks. Let's see. Let's see what we got.
We recognize that the Kenyan Gahaga Nation are the custodians
severe
of the
volume
lands and
issues.
waters on which we gather today. Historically, Montreal has already been known as a gathering place for many First Nations.
Would not be an NDP
diverse
stream with
indigenous population
terrible
as well as
volume.
other peoples reside here. And it's in the spirit of respect for connections to the past, present, and future that we recognize the ongoing relationships between Indigenous peoples and all other members of the Montreal community.
I fix this.
As Mark Carney's Liberals increasingly govern like Conservatives, the time has come for New Democrats to discuss how best to strengthen our party and reach out to those who share our values of social, environmental, and economic justice.
I think it's very funny because that promotes the narrative of the media that the Liberals are more in the center right now, which is a blatant lie. It's thinking your viewer is stupid. It is not in the center when it's all about green stuff and let's F up the economy as long as we remain green. And this is what's going on right now. And they want to give cash handout to everyone, which is not so on the right or even the center. In the center, you let the market decide, but not under these Liberals. Oh, by the way, they are also pro-censorship, which is not in the center as well. Just saying. They are pro-communist, totalitarian, authoritarian, call it the way you want, but this is not center. So as much as they will push that narrative, it's a lie. It's thinking people are stupid.
Justice. An economy that includes everyone. Without further ado, I hand the floor now to Carl Bélanger, who will moderate tonight's debate. Good evening, everyone, to all those who are watching from home for
And
this
this
first
is being translated,
debate
folks. That's
in
why it
the
looks like it's out of
leadership
sync.
contest for the NDP. First debate held here in Montreal, live, and we'll have 90 minutes to debate the issues.
That matters to Canadians, that matters to NDP members, that matters to progressives. And Canadians will have a chance to hear from them, some of us for the first time. The teams were developed with submissions from people across the country, from NDP members who submitted questions, who are interested in this race. And they are as follows. They've been selected, 5 of them. Affordability and the cost of living, Indigenous justice and reconciliation, winning and organizing in Quebec, role of labor and workers, and the NDP's path forward. Alors, les candidats ont reçu ces thèmes à l'avance. Ils ont eu...
Candidates have received the themes ahead of time, but they've not been shared the specific questions. So thank you to the members of the NDP who submitted these questions in the leadership contest. So without further ado, please help me welcome the 5 candidates. We have Rob Ashton, Tennille Johnston, Abby Lewis, Heather McPherson, and Tony McQuail.
So, bald guy, I knew the guy. So that's the one we see on the screen right now.
Over the next 90 minutes, we'll have a bilingual.
The girl we see on the screen right now, I didn't know her, and spoiler again, she has no chance whatsoever. I think all of the other candidates have a lot more chance, even the old guy. So, yeah.
Debate. Our goal is to obtain 60% of French and 40% of English. Viewers at home can watch in the language of their choice. We have simultaneous translation, which may also be used by a number of our candidates as they see the need. So thank you to our interpreters who are going to help us understand each other better this evening.
Rules that we need to follow. Each candidate will get 45 seconds for opening remarks. There are 5 debate teams, I've named them earlier. 1 question per team, and each contestant will have the opportunity to answer. Then there will be a debate, an open debate for 8 minutes. There are 2 rounds of rapid-fire questions, which I'm going to ask to get to know people a little better. And then we have another 2 teams at the end to conclude this debate, and closing remarks, 45 seconds again for each contestant. Les candidats ont reçu l'instruction de répondre aux questions dans...
Candidates have been asked to answer questions
Something
in
tells
the
me they
language
didn't
in
pick our
which they will
question.
be asked, and the opening and closing remarks must be in French. Candidates who do not obey with this rule, I'll have to interrupt them, unfortunately, and it will be the same rules when the questions will be asked in French. And for open debate, we'll ask them preferably to answer in the question, in the language rather the question was asked in. The order of the opening remarks, the positions on the panel, and the closing remarks were determined by a random draw. We'll begin with Heather McPherson.
So she's the MP that's currently in the parliament. Spoiler, I think she has the most chances because she already has a seat. She has the charisma, she has the attitude, and I will be honest, she could be a great breath of fresh air. I don't think NDP had a woman in charge since their creation. I might be wrong, I will research that, but I think she would be the first one, and she would eat away some of these liberal voters because they'd be like, oh, we are progressive, and they elected a woman, and she sounds very based. So, again, I respect her. I don't agree with her politics whatsoever, but I think she is clever.
People in Canada are experiencing very difficult moments right now. Many families are doing everything they should, but they are still having a hard time nonetheless. They need a party that stands up for them. That is the NDP. And it must again be the NDP. I'm running because we need a leader who brings people together, who unites everyone and who opens doors and who gives space for everyone. A leader who will work with the base and has the sufficient experience for the party. We'll hear from Avi Lewis now. You're working much too hard, and nonetheless, you're having a hard time making ends meet. And you know why? Because a handful of large corporations are increasing the price of everything, filling their pockets in the process. In this context of a crisis, we can't use the same old prudent recipe or formula we had with the NDP in the past.
I got the answer to my previously question I asked to myself into searching. So in the 90s, late 90s, just before Jack Layton, the best the NDP ever had, we had a woman in charge, Alexa McDonald. She was just before Jack Layton. The party was still quite new and fresh, and it was in the early days. So I can see some kind of pattern. Even in the number of seats, wow, I think history will repeat itself. We will finally get a conservative government soon if history truly respects itself and repeat itself. But yeah, last time we had a NDP leader that was a woman was 30 years ago, which is crazy to think about it.
We have to have a tax on wealth. We need public options, a new Green Deal for Canada.
Socialist, basically.
These are pragmatic solutions and
There's that
popular
far left we're looking
solutions
for,
as well.
folks.
These solutions will meet this crisis, the daily emergencies, rally our base, build the movement again, and win. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Well,
Mr.
win.
McQuail now?
Okay, I will already paused it. I look at the past. It took years to build the NDP into becoming the official opposition of 2011. It took years. It took them almost 20 years. It took them like 15 to 20 years to really achieve that goal. So if that guy thinks he is the guy that will bring back the NDP and that will place the NDP in power, I think he's out of touch with reality. So now, right now, I pause at the perfect moment. This old guy, I think, has charisma. It could be my granddad, but out here. But yeah, let's hear about what he has to say.
A father-grandfather, and I'm a biological farmer. I'm a militant for political economic justice. The 4 R's are my theme: redistribution, regeneration, and a redesign. We represent a premiere. The majority-based uninominal system needs to be replacement. We need proportion.
He doesn't say anything about affordability, and that's the question, but hey, keep going.
Proportional replacement in our electoral system to rebuild a government which is working for the people and for the environment as well.
I agree
Thank
with
you, Mr.
working for the
McQuail.
people, but let's be
Mr.
honest, that won't happen.
Rob Ashton now? I'm Rob Ashton. I've spent my life in Vancouver working on the docks. I'm defending the workers so that they can live with a good wage and in all due dignity. Today, wealth is filling the pockets while the rest of the people are paying the price. I understand the challenges facing real people. NDP was founded to give voice to workers. And this is what I want to bring back to the fore. If you want an NDP that wins, one that's ready to fight, I'm your guy. And now, Tennille Johnston. Good evening, my name is Tennille Johnson, a Likastau woman, an Indigenous person from Campbell River in BC. I'm a mother, a social worker, and a municipal councillor as well. And now I'm running to become the leader of the NDP. We need a leader who understands the difficulties Canadians are facing. And I will learn French because it's very important to do that. Thank you, Ms. John.
If that be true, you would have done it prior. You just say it to sound good. But I guess that's what politicians try to do, charm people. But I'm looking to it right now, and looks like we had 2 NDP in a row that were women in the 80s and the 90s, which is very interesting. And we actually had a conservative leader as well in the late 80s. It's fascinating how history is unique. Let's play more of that.
Well, the ice has been broken. The debate has been launched. I would like to remind everyone of the rules for questions. Each candidate will have 45 seconds to respond to the question. Then we'll have the open debate afterwards for 8 minutes.
English. And here's the questions. We know that there is a cost of living crisis. Millions of Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. The price of essentials, the price of food, the price of many goods continue to rise. Housing comes to mind, of course. Income inequality is at record levels. Yet in the last election, the NDP came forward with many proposals, ideas like investments in non-market housing, cap on grocery prices, but instead they chose Mark Carney. So which policy proposal are you putting forward to address the cost of living crisis? And I'm going to start with Mr. Ashton.
Thank you, my friend. You see, we built this country, but we're getting squeezed while billionaires are cashing in. We, when I get voted in as leader of the party, we're going to put caps on the prices of groceries, on the internet that we all use, and on our cell phone bills. You see, my Good Jobs promise guarantees a good job for everybody that wants one.
The end of free market.
But most importantly, we're going to give more power to the working class, and we're going to take whatever power from the CEOs that we can take from them, because all the power belongs to workers.
We'll be broke.
That doesn't sound like communism.
Merci,
at all.
Ashton.
Thank you, Mr. Ashton.
Thank you. We need to approach this at all levels from every way we can, including a guaranteed livable basic income, right to a national housing that's public, whether it's co-op or other public models. We need to invest in housing that's accessible.
Universal income,
we need to help Canada feed Canadians. We need to break down interprovincial trade barriers for food producers and be able to feed ourselves through our own agricultural means. We have such an amazing opportunity with so many farmers, and Tony will probably speak to this later, where we have more than enough folks doing the great work to feed our country, but we have to enable them to do it. It was great to see other barriers broken down.
I feel like she doesn't realize the kind of power the government has and the kind of I feel like she is like the student, the very young girl that has so many dreams she wants to realize, but she has no link. She's not connected to reality. She's not grounded to what's truly going on and what she will be able to truly achieve. Am I crazy to think that? Dragon? I guess the dragon is out. So I really feel like maybe she will reach out to these daydreaming people, but that doesn't sound like someone I would trust my country in, because maybe she will run it to the ground. Maybe that's too harsh, but like that's exactly how I feel. Like you need to be grounded in reality when you will lead the country. You cannot be in that bubble where everything is peachy rosy.
Between provinces, but they left food behind. We need our food.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, your turn.
The cost of living is not an issue. It's an emergency.
Well, okay, that's an emergency. Okay, what do? You subsidize it? Like that will help the economy, sure. Subsidize everything.
And it's an emergency caused by market failure. What else to call it when...
Why market failure is happening in Canada? I may have a hint. Free market is dying. Free market is dying, folks. This is what's going on here. If we had a better free market, I think life would be a lot more affordable. Because now people would compete. And you know what? You will have one guy or one girl one day that will say, you know what? I will make it so cheap, everyone will run toward me. And then the rest of the market will be like, you know what? We need to adapt or we die. And everything goes lower and lower. Subsidizing everything just doesn't work. It's not reality. I'm sorry, but like, socialism, you need to be rich as a country, and we are not, because we have green zealots that don't want our oil and gas.
Galen Weston is worth $18 billion, and Canadians are skipping meals to feed their kids. The market is failing to provide essentials at a price that people can afford.
Because it's no longer
and in an emergency, we expect the government to step in. That means a public option for each of these necessities. Price caps, sure, to stabilize the price of groceries, but then public grocery stores to lower them. a public provider for phones and internet, a public housing developer and construction companies to build 1 million non-market homes. Public is not a dirty word. It's how we guarantee Canadians a dignified life.
Thank you. Ms. McPherson.
The cost of living right now for Canadians is skyrocketing. People in Canada are struggling right now. And what we can do, the things that we could do right now to help those Canadians include things like putting in place my plan for housing. And that starts with declaring a national housing emergency so that we can mobilize the funds that we need to build homes so people have somewhere to live, so young people have a shot at owning a home, so folks that are living on the streets in our communities across this country get the supportive housing.
What I like about her talking about kids wanting to own a home, this will speak loud to some of the conservative base. I'm sad. Maybe she will steal away some of my people. But I think she speaks like someone that wants to reunite everyone. I think she speaks like someone that realizes she needs everyone to be on board if NDP must be built back up. And it's great. I like it. Add her for leader.
They require, housing like co-ops, housing like housing that we know Canadians across this country deeply, deeply need. That's the one thing I'd be working on.
Thank you.
Okay, that's
Mr.
so much
McQuail.
respectable.
My friends, I first ran in 1980. I've been listening to speeches and great ideas like the ones we've just heard for over 45 years. But unless we start fixing our relationship with the first-past-the-post electoral system, none of this will come to pass. It certainly hasn't in the last 45 years in a complete, comprehensive, and well-organized way, because we sometimes get stuff in through a minority government situation. We have to deal with first-past-the-post, and that's why my first R is representation so that actually we figure out how to get a hold of the levers of power and then bring in proportional representation so that there is some hope.
Proportional representation. This is a big discussion going on the far left. I will tell you this. Our system is flawed, but it is a functional one. Our system is flawed, but it makes sense, and it does represent the people. This is why you vote in a government, and this is why you vote in an opposition if whoever you casted your vote for didn't make the government but is part of the opposition. So it does represent the people. Perfect system don't work. I've seen a lot of leftists pushing an idea on reforms, and they are also complicated. Why you make it so complicated? Nobody will understand your new system you try to bring in. I think the best way to do a reform is maybe change density of population throughout the country. Also have other ideas, but I will keep them for myself because eventually I will be running. I will be eventually try to get involved in politics, and I don't want anyone to steal my idea, but I think there are things to improve the already great system we have. But most of the ideas the far left come up with, it's like two-turn vote system. It's like, why so complicated? I just want to cast my ballot. That's it. Count the ballot and tell me who won. Again, I do think the system is flawed. Can work on it, but I think you need a concrete plan on all you will do. Just throwing words like that or having a plan that's complicated, forget that. You need something simple. You need a fix. You need a plan. You cannot promise something if you don't have a plan or an idea on what you will be doing.
That the great ideas we have and are starting to put forward don't get disappeared with another phony majority government that isn't ours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McQuail. It's now time to open the debate to all contestants. We have 8 minutes, and we've heard a lot about problems, but I'd like to hear more about solution, concrete solution. Ms. McPherson.
So I have a jobs plan for young people. We know right now there is a crisis for employment for young people across this country, and we could put a plan in place. We could put a plan in place that made sure that, we could use the Canada Summers Job Program, but make it year-round. Invest in a green climate core program, the care economy, in trades, in careers that young people can start on. Put a bursary in place, a student grant to help folks with apprenticeship, or starting their university or their college career. I think that would be a great solution to get young people working.
Anyone disagree? Ms. Johnston.
Maybe just not necessarily disagree, but go one step further. I think we need free post-secondary education. This has been a goal, something I've been trying to champion for
taxes. We will pay more taxes. By paying more taxes, life won't be more affordable. This is why she has that disconnect. She is a teenager. She is a young lady that just went out of school and that thinks everyone should go at school. What if I don't like the school system? What if I don't like brainwash? Because this is what Canadian schools are today, brainwash. Why should I vote for you? I don't want more tax, but she clearly does want more tax. Or if she doesn't realize these free schools will cost tax, it's ridiculous. She's not connected and grounded in reality. That's why I don't think she has any chance whatsoever. She is the worst candidate right now, with the old guy being like a close second.
20 years since I was a part of the student movement. We have to have free post-secondary education. We have an insane amount of pressure on our economy because we don't have people to fill the jobs that we want to fill. And students can't go into post-secondary education and then graduate with a mountain of debt and then try to survive in the world that we have today. So free post-secondary education would provide that pathway for young people to go into the professions that they want to go into and not just what they have to go into due to the pressures of the cost of living.
Carl, we all have great solutions, and you're going to hear a lot of them tonight. They all cost money. And we face this question of how are you going to pay for it? I just want to remind everyone that we live in a society that is awash in wealth. Big banks in Canada made $50 billion last year. Big oil made $40 billion just a few years before that. We need a government that has the courage to fight on behalf of all of us and go and get the money where it is. So just as important as the public options, and we're in a period of market failure, we need the government to step up and step in. We also need a 1% on the 1%. We're proposing a wealth tax of 1% on.
You need to be smart about that. If you're not smart about it, you know what will happen? They will flee. And you know what happens when your rich people flee? Do you know what happens? It will take several broke people, several poor people to fill in the goddamn gap. But hey, I know for sure Canada is very left-leaning, so they will embrace that idea, sure, until it happens. And then they will kind of regret. They will swallow their pride and word. They will be like, yeah, I don't think it was a good idea, actually.
The 1%, just that little bit, which Galen Weston is not even going to notice a rounding error on his household budget, could generate $25 to $40 billion a year. We need to go get that money and redistribute it in the form of universal public services for everyone.
And Mr. Ashton wants to jump in, and Mr. McWhale is going to follow.
Yeah, you bet. So, look, cost of living is ridiculous in this country. I got a 21-year-old daughter living at home right now. Madison's her name, and she'll never be able to move out. Which is fine. I love her dearly, but But what we're looking at is houses that are unaffordable, rents that are unaffordable. And then you compound that with the price of food. That's why an NDP led by me would be pushing caps on grocery prices. We have to triple the amount of houses that we build in this country. Public houses, co-op style. Because that's the only way we're going to make life affordable for young people. As well
by
as
taxing them
age.
more, because that what it means. You need a free market. With a free market, then it's more affordable because it's not the state that will pay for that. It's the employer that will generate jobs. But hey, when you talk to NDP and Liberal, it's all the same. They all want the state to be involved in every step of the way, and that's why we cannot afford life, because they tax us so much. We are buried in their taxes.
We also have to look at the Bank of Canada. See, the Bank of Canada has a single mandate right now, and that's to lower inflation. But who cares about a low inflation rate if we have no jobs? So the second point that we're going to be making the Bank of Canada look at is looking at jobs. A promise for every working Canadian to have a job.
By the way, that low inflation rate goal of that low inflation goal the bank has, Carney removed it. It's no longer on the Bank of Canada website. Look into it. They took it out. Because now they want the debt. They're no longer fiscally responsible, and they assume it. We are heading toward the cliff, like PBO said.
Those are the two promises that we're going to make sure that the Bank of Canada leans on to help deal with the affordability crisis in this country.
Well, Carl, we have to help people understand the obscene discrepancy of wealth in our society. And if I told you you had 1 million seconds to live, you'd have 11 days. But if I told you you had 1 billion seconds to live, you'd have 31 years. And if I looked at how people are living on the street in Ottawa when we're at the CLC forum, they don't have any seconds to live. So, yes, we need a fair tax system. We need to go after the offshore tax havens. I think we need a much more progressive income tax as well as a more significantly progressive wealth tax.
They all go to the same idea. More tax. More tax, more tax, more tax, more tax. It's not the taxes that will solve what's wrong. But hey, not a socialist, right?
In a society where the economists and the elites of society have really built a very effective wealth accumulating system or a concentrating system. We need to be talking about how we create a distributive economy where the wealth that's created by the 99% actually gets to stay with most of them and doesn't just get sucked up to the center.
Tony, that's exactly why we have to talk about the role of the government and the public sector and public ownership. We have a situation where Carney's only idea is to give our money to corporations to hope that the market somehow fixes the problem. That's what his big new housing agency and housing plan is all about. Right now, we have housing starts slowing down and construction workers being laid off. The market is failing us on every front, and that's why the government has to pick up the ball and put those construction workers back to work with public construction companies and a public housing developer. We cannot expect the market to solve these problems.
I mean, speaking of billions of dollars readily available, we can stop funding fossil fuel industries. We can take that $18 billion back.
She at least speaks well to her base. The green nut job, it's already what we are doing, and we are broke. And speaking of free market, one of the guys on the panel that mentioned it, I think he doesn't realize in Canada there's no such thing as free market. Not anymore, at least. There are many cartels. We are very protective of the provinces and of Canada product. I guess it's fine, but don't blame it on free market when there's none. USA, they strive because, yes, they're protective, but there's also a free market. A lot more than here. But hey, who am I? I'm just a YouTuber. These are candidates for the Socialist Party. The Socialist Party.
I can actually put it into good public programs. We can put it into healthcare. We can change what our country looks like if we stop providing grants.
You know, the money from the oil can pay for your healthcare. But you don't want to hear it because you ate the oil. We get it. You won't get any conservative with that platform.
To major profiteering industries.
Oh, and by the way, the Liberals are in power and they already run with that. So this is not all you will really siphon away their votes, because then you will tell they are right when they say, why should I vote for you when the other guy has more power than you in parliament?
It would change the way our country functions from every level. And just a quick note here, we just saw a Liberal quit today because Mark Carney decided to sign an MOU with Alberta to push a pipeline through my province of BC. And that will never happen under my watch, ever.
First of all, she will never be in charge. And second, I will admit that's a nice job for the fake conservative or the red conservative. I will admit she had a nice job there. Bring back these liberals to the NDP.
Well said to Neil.
Yeah. And the thing about the pipelines, I wish we could get a refund on the pipeline the Liberal government bought last time. I mean, I had a Liberal saying, we're going to use the money we make on this pipeline and use it to fight climate change. I said, that's like having a drug dealer saying, we're going to sell this dope and start a rehab program. Like, it is just insane where we are sending our expenditures. And the idea that a liquefied natural gas terminal, a pipeline, and more mines are going to create a nation-building project when what we need is investment in what people need across this nation is just ridiculous. And I mean, we have the ideas for what to do, but to do it, we have to get into government.
All right, we have about 90 seconds left, so Ms. McPherson and then Mr. Ashton.
Thank you. And one of the big nation-building projects we could be investing in is investing in housing, investing in healthcare. Healthcare is a nation-building project. And when I see what Danielle Smith is doing in the province of Alberta to fundamentally change the direction of healthcare in this country, to privatize our system, to take away the single-payer system that so many Canadians cherish and depend upon, that's a project we should be fighting for, is our healthcare system, our public, universal, single-payer healthcare system.
Mr. Ashton, you have the last word on this topic.
Les gens sont tannés et moi aussi.
People are fed up.
His French is so bad, the translators struggle to translate. Why?
Figured I'd slip
Carl,
that
you're
one
supposed to reward him for this effort.
I know, I should give him bonus points, right?
So look, if we want change, serious change to happen in this country, we have to vote for the party of change. The Conservatives and the Liberals, every time each one of them are in power, they say, we're the party of change, vote for us. They're not the change. They're one and the same. We can see how Carney is running the country right now. I wouldn't even classify him as a small C Conservative. That guy's a bigger C than Mulrooney was.
No. In case you didn't know, Mulrooney was 1980 ish prime minister, and he was conservative. Was in the progressive conservative or reform at that point. I can't remember the termination, but Brian Mulroney was the most conservative we could find. I think banning abortion was actually part of his platform. I need to double check that because I'm not quite sure. I will look into it, but to compare Carney to Brian Mulroney, are you kidding me? Is that guy serious? I will admit, Baldy has charisma. He is entertaining. I've seen him in another interview with someone else that gave a very interesting interview. But here's the thing. To compare Carney to Brian Mulroney is an insult to both because they are so different. We have the Carney fanatic that are like, the guy is anti-pipeline and he wrote that entire book about socialists and Marxists and communism. And in the meantime, we had Brian Mulroney that was pro-democracy and that was very conservative. Sure, they are the same. I need to look into abortion under Brian Mulroney, so I will play more of that, but
we must
can't make this
vote
up.
NDP, MPD, for change in this country. That's what we have to do so we can take these plans that we're putting forward and put them together to make life better for Canadians.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Ashton. On va passer maintenant en français.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashton. We're going to move on in French now. So we're going to...
So that's the perfect segue to end this segment of the stream. So we will give our verdict on the members on that panel. And I will bring up the final question period.
Oral questions.
Okay, so Brian Mulroney, I just did a research before we talk again. So I was right. Brian Mulroney wanted a ban on abortion. You cannot get more conservative like that. Even Stephen Harper from 2006 to 2015 didn't platform at all abortion. Wanted to stay away as far away as possible to the topic because he knew if he wanted to hold power, that was the topic off limits. And yet, I don't see Carney banning abortion. Okay, so the verdict. We have 5 candidates for the NDP leadership race. I've seen the entire debate. I agree with the commentary of Ryan from Norton Perspective. And I will also say this. I had seen Baldy in another interview before the debate. And I had seen Lewis in a rally. So how I would rank the candidates. Again, that doesn't mean I would vote for any of them. To be honest, I strongly disagree with any of them. The one that's the best and that would probably get my vote if I was really desperate would be Heather. But yeah, let's start off by saying the schoolgirl, the young lady, the one that doesn't live in the same reality as us, that wanted a free university in the affordability crisis, she's last. She's dead last. I'm sorry, but she panders to the same people the Liberals are pandering to, and this is what led to the destruction of the NDP in the 2025 election. So she would be a very bad pick if she became the leader. That's a terrible pick. Now the old guy. Charisma, cool granddad, but reforms. It's like he had no idea how to solve the affordability crisis, so he just brought something else from the far left to get some points there. Again, I have a good idea on how you could reform our current system. I think our current system is great, but it has flaws and we can improve on it. And once I really get into politics eventually, if I get elected, I will bring forward my ideas. As of right now, I won't do it because, again, I don't want my idea to be stolen. Maybe someone will come up with it and I will just say, I thought about it before that person. I just didn't voice it. But yeah, old guy is a second and last. He's second last because he's better than the lady. But I think he doesn't inspire the same kind of energy the other three have. Now, right in the middle, in third place, whether you look from the bottom or the top, Lewis, the socialist communist that want to tax the 1%. I think he can pull some good numbers. He can strip away a lot of liberals for sure. He has no chance whatsoever with the Conservative. Forget about that. I don't think he will form government ever. Maybe he will form a somewhat strong opposition because we are very progressive. But don't think he has the personality the other two have. Now, Baldy. He hates the Conservative. It will never get their votes. Baldy has charisma, but Baldy is so far left that he will have no way whatsoever to connect with the people in the center or the right. So we will cannibalize the exact same voter base that didn't show up for the NDP in 2025. So getting Baldy in charge, it's like saying we don't want NDP to gain back some seats. Because at some point he called the people that vote blue, the conservative, fascist, almost like that. And you're like, how do you expect to get their vote, buddy? And at some point he was mocking the French language. I'm not one of these people that's like, French is everything, it's my identity and all. I'm not one of these guys. But I find that ridiculous because like Quebec is such a big part. If you were mocking several different things, people would like, I cannot take you seriously, but I like your charisma, I will vote for you. But if you just aim at some specific things you don't like and you voice your opinion on it, maybe people will just not be on board with what they're saying. So Baldy has charisma, he has a strong presence, but he is a second place because I do think he's better than Lois. He has more presence than Lois, and he will gather some support from the left for sure. I think he is the best pick if you really don't want to change direction with your party. If you keep going left, pick Baldy. Now, Heather is the top pick. Why? She sounded like the adult in the room. She sounded like she knows they won't form government in the next election, but she will work toward it. Heather is already in parliament. She got elected. She's among the 7 that got elected in the last election. So that's a great thing. I've heard her speaking a bit of French. That's a good thing. And even if I disagree with her policies, I do think she is a strong candidate. So I think Heather is the only pick there. She is the only one that will truly strive. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next debate we got the last 2 that are dropped out and we are left with the top 3, because I do think the top 3 are just far superior choices than the bottom 2. I'm sorry, but the bottom 2 just no, folks. It doesn't work like that. So that's my thought on the leadership race. Cannot wait for the next debate. We will be covering the next debate. Cannot wait. It will be fun. Now, the final reaction. I feel like each stream is longer than the previous one. And I thought that one would be shorter, but hey, that happened. So let's get into the final question period.
The honorable member.
That's weird.
L'érable.
We got the visual of
more and more Canadians
Norton
are
perspective,
how they're going to
but we
to
hear about
meet,
like,
but not the prime minister. He gets a little richer every day. Since he's able to make decisions to benefit his company, Brookfield, for example. After meeting with the American president, he came back with nothing for Canadians, but a lot for his company, which managed to sign an $80 billion nuclear energy agreement. We are told that he manages cabinet like a private company. Well, indeed, why do the profits end up going into his pockets while Canadians always end up paying the bill? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, this morning, Canadians are very pleased with the results of our incredibly powerful economy.
That doesn't sound right.
The best in the G7.
That's what I'm telling you. We got the visual of something else.
6% growth over the last quarter. Madam Speaker, what does that mean? It means
it's question period, but no.
Yeah.
It reflects our defense investment.
I don't know what happened, but here we are.
It's the result of our hard work with the provinces to meet the economic ambitions of all of Canada. The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lobinière. Before becoming Prime Minister, the chair of Brookfield moved their headquarters to New York. Before he became Prime Minister, the chair of Brookfield created 3 investment funds, one of them over a bike repair shop.
Fast.
All of this to avoid paying taxes in Canada. That's called tax
evasion. I don't know.
And the former chair of Brookfield, now that he's Prime Minister, is raking in the profits by taking government decisions that favor his own company. Why does he continue to act like the chair of Brookfield, placing his interests ahead of those of Canadians who are picking up the bill. The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, I sympathize with the official opposition because they don't have any idea what to do in this situation. Every day, practically, the other side of the House.
By the way, what did you think of the 5 candidates for the leadership race?
Very interesting. Hold on. I'm going to check something here because whatever it is, I would like to know how that downloaded like that. Hold on, because that is not going to be a thing.
We have some technical issues.
Because, yeah, I'm surprised that you asked about that one. You didn't notice it. I was like, no. I was looking at it like, it's the right thumbnail. Like but I don't want to know how, you kind of want to know how that occurs.
Me too, to be honest.
It's just, it's too jarring.
That was unique.
No, but a lot of them do sound like normal.
They do sound normal.
They do know. They do
Thanks,
sound like.
Rich. Keep the fuel on the ground.
No, I said they can sound normal, but
the old guy was like reforms when we speak about affordability.
Well, no, you'll need the ground. Like, see, okay. If you accept you're going to be a minority, you're fine. The only way the NDP gain power back again is to get it back from, let's assume, conservatives have a growth. Like,
some of the conservative seats were NDP, but NDP was mostly eaten alive by Liberals. Liberals, they were much stronger than usual in Manitoba and British Columbia. And in a lot of the swings, it's because the NDP wasn't as good as previous election. That's why
NDP would be very close to Liberals.
Yeah.
So either their growth comes from stripping Liberals' seat.
They stripped Liberal and NDP. They didn't strip any bloc because overall most Quebecers, they actually don't like Pierre Poilievre. So,
and you would have to have. I mean, you could be enough of a force being a minority.
Oh, eventually, I think NDP will go back at being the opposition. But are you able to fix question period?
That's what I'm doing. I'm re-downloading it.
Okay. Do you know how long it will take?
No, it won't take as long. It's halfway done. Over halfway.
Who do you think will win the leadership race?
Oh, damn. Not sure. It's going to be not going to be the old guy.
We agree on that.
I mean, could be the Heather person.
Oh, we agree on that as well. What did you think of Baldy that hates the right-wing people?
Not good. No. I mean, if you're trying to win over conservatives, you're going to have, like, here's the thing. NDP, like, you got a few. Like, depends on how loony they want to sound. Because, look, it's kind of like AOC. It's like AOC is probably going to primary Chuck Schumer. Which, now, granted, Chuck Schumer needs to resign. Not resign, but he needs to retire. sometime. I mean, you don't need to be living up there forever, but realistically, you're talking. But it's basically most of what I would call it like your NDP. A lot of what they say comes off as what usually the far hard liberals come off as. So they're unique. They're
a special breed, a special species.
See, it's not that they're dishonest. Half of them really believe it.
Yeah.
But when you want to be a radical person,
good luck forming government when you already have another radical group.
I mean, if you want to just, the thing is, you need to be strong. Like, because all people forget, why do only people we have DNR in our nation mainly? 2 parties, but like the people will exist. Like Ocasio-Cortez, AOC, basically represents a small area. So she represents that. Now, does her message work nationwide? Probably not. I mean, unfortunately, that's just how it goes. If it doesn't represent what you think. I mean, but she can represent her issue in New York. Her district there. Her district in New York is hers.
Let me know when you're done downloading it. Because I see time flies. I think we'll just cover the last 2. Because I like NDP going at the throat of liberals. It's like a liberal on liberal crime.
Well, the problem itself is like, as I said, they will. I was testing it. Okay, so I want to know how that one got screwed up, though.
So it works now?
I want to know how that one got screwed up. Try this. Does it present it or no?
I don't see it. Because the worst case scenario, we use YouTube, you know. I don't want that, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Because won't allow me to...
What did you do?
I have no idea.
Oh. Okay. So I'm a one-man show. So I guess now I will be grabbing the question period from YouTube. Because don't know what happened. Question period November 28th. There we go. Is the dragon back? Yes, he's back. The dragon is back. The dragon is back. Okay. So, bruh. Okay.
There we are.
There we go.
Questions, questions orales.
Washington, Brookfield got an 80.
Oh, that one sounds juicy. Brookfield. We ate Brookfield, do we?
Conservatives will talk down our industries and workers every chance they get. That may help generate clicks and fundraising emails, but it won't build Canada strong. So while they're in the business of saying no, we're in the business of saying yes. Yes to productivity tax deductions for businesses.
Because it was a
yes
similar
to making
audio.
it easier for Canadian companies to invest in machinery, equipment, and technology to help them grow and thrive. Yes to catalyzing investments to supercharge productivity in Canada. When we say yes to Canada and to Canadians, Conservatives say no. Maybe that's why Canadians keep saying no every time the Conservatives...
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
So every time the Prime Minister talks trade, it seems Brookfield comes out ahead and Canadians get left behind. Travels to Washington, Brookfield got an $80 billion nuclear deal. Traveled to the UK, Brookfield got money from the EU Space Agency. He hosts Swedish royalty in Canada. Brookfield announces an AI deal even before they land back in Stockholm. Now he's forcing Alberta to put money into carbon capture programs in exchange for a pipeline. And
for
guess
more
who
money?
has a major stake in the sector? Brookfield. Madam Speaker, when he said said he would build at scale not seen in generations.
I will pause here. The bald guy on the right, the young guy, Jamil Giovanni. I think he's great. He doesn't speak enough. They should place him a lot more in the front. I think he's great. He has charisma, and I've seen many of his videos on his personal channel. A great element of the team. And I can relate so much. I think it's the one I relate the most to. Anyway, let's play more.
Did he really mean just for Brookfield?
Yes, I think he did.
Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, count us a little perplexed as to the approach of the Conservatives in question period today. First, we have the news of 2.6% growth in our economy, which leads all published data
Through
in the
immigration.
G7. We signed a landmark agreement with the province of
way,
Alberta
it doesn't
yesterday
sound
that will secure an economic future for families, for children,
And we lose
for
our
people
minds
looking
to
for
the
jobs and an
Arabic
economic
countries.
future
Right.
across
Well,
the
the thing
prairies
about
and
it is
into British
2.6.
Columbia. Madam Speaker, it is shameful that this Conservative Party sets up their tinfoil hats.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
This summer, a cargo ship went aground in the Franklin Strait, a rare occurrence. With climate change, the Northwest Passage has become more accessible. Nunavut relies heavily on ship diesel, and the risk of damaging the pristine waters is increasing. Mapping the seafloor will ensure more predictable navigation. Will the minister commit to funding Arctic bathymetry as a multi-use project to keep Canada's sovereignty over the Arctic?
The Honourable Government House Leader. Now, the Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, with our Arctic foreign policy, we are continually ensuring that the sovereignty and the livelihood of the Arctic is protected. That is why we are putting on the table $80 billion for defense spending. In conjunction with Indigenous peoples, we are going to make sure that we protect the Arctic and we defend the Arctic, and we will do so with our international allies. I'll be traveling to NATO next week to have those.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Behind closed doors, without BC and First Nations at the table, the Prime Minister agreed to lift the tanker ban, put at risk the way of life of coastal communities, bring in a new fossil fuel subsidy at the expense of renewable energy and clean technologies, and move Canada further away from its greenhouse gas reductions targets. The Prime Minister says they will not proceed without the consent of BC and free, prior, informed consent of First Nations.
Carney doesn't want a pipeline because that would make people prosperous, and the Liberal Party can't afford that.
I wouldn't think that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I think it would just go
the
ethically
Indigenous
against
treaty
what
rights
he's
do not
been
need to be spelled out
spewing.
in MOUs. They are inherent. But I do want to talk a little bit about the MOU and what the MOU allows. The MOU allows us to have a durable climate plan, one that moves the effective price of carbon in Alberta from $25 to
gets us votes in
$130.
Quebec and
It allows
in
us to
British
reduce
Columbia.
methane emissions by 75%. It allows us to take carbon out of the air through carbon capture, and it does that in a way that
allows
says
us to pretend
that
we
there are going to be
change climate
ongoing
while
reviews to make sure
China
those
is
commitments
a much
towards
bigger
net zero
player
in
and
2050
doesn't give
are
a crap.
maintained. This is great news for the climate, and I encourage everybody in this
Climate doesn't give a crap about Quebec
This
and
is
Canada.
the end of oral questions.
And this was the end. I thought that was a very enlightening moment where we got liberal on liberal crime. I do enjoy them. So, any thoughts on everything we covered tonight? Keep it short. We are moving toward the outro.
Good. It's good. No, it's interesting. You'll see how it develops, though. Like,
yeah,
it could be good or bad, basically. It's just... Look, the problem itself is if you have, let's assume NDP, or you have the various factions and liberals, they're going to argue amongst themselves.
It's fun to witness liberal and liberal crime.
It's basically going to happen. It's kind of like Republicans in the U.S. We've taken in, the National Republicans took in all of the refugees that left the left, but it doesn't mean they're 100% conservative. I mean, the problem is it's just a new wave of social conservatives. Could work one or two ways. So
yeah.
All in all, it's kind of like, but also, if you're going to say, don't say, they're trying to do their best not to say that the world is burning. So
it is burning, folks. Anyhow, what do you have going on your end of the internet?
Been resting quite for the last 2 weeks, but I'm going to have a playthrough of Metal Eden. It's going to be my next game that I play on my channel. Eventually, as I said, it's going to either be this week or next week.
Amazing. So, in my end of the internet, I will be doing on Monday a ranking of the horror movies that came out in 2025 that I have seen. As of right now, it's a total of 36. Maybe I will watch one or two others this weekend. 35 or 36, I can't remember the exact number. But that will be a nice ranking on Monday. Outside of that, Tuesday, I speak about Smallville Season 5 and Smallville Season 6. Now, our political stream will be next Saturday if the Dragon is available. That will be next Saturday.
Yep.
And we will most likely cover a question period and any drama that comes up. And if we have our special guest that I plan on having, that might become a regular depending on whether he wants to or not. But that's to see in the future. We will also talk about immigration because we really wanted to talk about immigration. And I think it's a very complex, nuanced discussion to have, especially in Canada where we are a melting pot and the rest of the planet look at us and they're like, what is this circus? What is this circus? Well, with this, we know the difference between apples and potato, unlike a giant scene. So this is the perfect segue for the perfect outro.
A sack of potatoes, one bag of potatoes.
And we are out. Have a great week. See you next Saturday. Have a good one. Take care.